Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Salt Lake City, Utah. We would like to formally kick off the 34th Annual IGRA Convention. My name is Robbie Harrison Garcia from the Utah Gay Rodeo Association, and I will be your MC this morning. Please rise and give a warm welcome to all the people that give so much of their time and energy to this great organization. I would like to begin our convention opening ceremonies by introducing to you two important positions for the International Gay Rodeo Association, the Administrative Assistant, Tommy Channel, and the Parliamentarian, Benjamin Yvonne. Now please welcome the 2018 IGRA Royalty Team, Miss IGRA Mipsy Michaels, Mr. IGRA Trey Brubaker, Ms. IGRA Tamara Kelly, Ms. Tur IGRA RJ Michaels, Ms. IGRA First Runner-Up Marie Antoinette DeBerry, Mr. IGRA First Runner-Up Christopher Tobin, Ms. IGRA First Runner-Up Christy Michaels, Miss IGRA Second Runner-Up Fat Patty, Mr. IGRA Second Runner-Up Tony Schwartz, Now please welcome our new recognized association, Canadian Rockies Gay Rodeo Association. Please welcome the IGRA Member Association Trustees, Utah Gay Rodeo Association, Kevin Hillman, Keystone State Gay Rodeo Association, Jeff Singleton, Red River Rodeo Association, Sammy Simpkin, Michigan International Gay Rodeo Association, David Howwood, Illinois Gay Rodeo Association, Amy Griffin, Nevada Gay Rodeo Association, Jeffrey Neal, Atlantic States Gay Rodeo Association, Michael Lentz, Diamond State Rodeo Association, Lisa Smith, North Star Gay Rodeo Association, Jean Frakes, New Mexico Gay Rodeo Association, Brian Helander, Missouri Gay Rodeo Association, Kenneth Hall, Great Plains Rodeo Association, Liz McDonald, Arizona Gay Rodeo Association, Michael Brent, Golden State Rodeo Association, Stephen Guidry, Texas Gay Rodeo Association, Randy Edlin, Colorado Gay Rodeo Association, Jack Morgan, we are pleased to welcome our past IGRA presidents, Brian Helander, Roger Bergman, Ed Berry. Now please welcome the IGRA Executive Officers. Division 1 Chair, Stephen Guidry. Division 2 Chair and Chair of Trustees, Chuck Browning. Division 3 Chair, Sammy Simpkins. Division 4 Chair, Amy Griffin. Treasurer, David Hill. Secretary, Michael Norman. Vice President, Mary Honeycutt. And President Candy Pratt. Everyone, please take your respective places in the convention hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as our convention color guard enters the convention hall. Flag of the United States of America carried by Ms. Tur, IGRA 2019, Jorge Sanchez. Flag of Canada carried by Judy Munson. Utah State flag carried by Ms. Tur, UGRA 2019, Dakota Air Paris. And now please remain standing and remove cover for the presentation of our anthems. The National Anthem of Canada, sung by Eliana Tuero. Of the United States of America, sung by 2018 Ms. UGRA Lauren Essie Butler.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing as Reverend Christopher T. Scuderi of Universal Heart Ministry gives our invocation.
Good morning, everyone. Please bow your heads and silently join with us for the opening prayer. Almighty God, our kind and most gracious Father in heaven, we come before thee at this time giving thanks for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. Today, we are grateful for the camaraderie and kinship of everyone in this organization as they gather here today in conference to divine the rules that will govern them and take them into the next year. Lord, at this time, we ask that your divine presence may surround and fill each and every one of us who are here this day, that they may have insight to divine the best course of action for this organization and its policies and procedures. Lord, if there is any discord or disagreement, we ask that everyone here have humility, that they may find the best course of action that is the most amicable. Lord, grant them peace and comfort throughout the days to come. These things we humbly pray in your beloved name. Amen.
Thank you for your attention, participation, and your presence here this weekend. As the opening ceremonies conclude, I ask the convention floor to please be seated, and I hereby pass my control of the microphone over to the convention chair, your IGRA president, Candy Pratt.
Good morning. I call the 34th Annual Convention to order. So, the first, I already have a note. I hadn't been up here 30 seconds and I already have a note. University Committee needs to meet on the first break in the back corner. Would that be the right or left corner? Just a back corner. Good luck with that.
Back right.
Back right.
Their left.
Yeah, your left, my right. All right, we're going to have Benjamin tell us about the convention rules.
Good morning. Convention floor rules shall be: discussion on any motion or business shall be limited to 10 minutes. A majority vote will be required for each 10-minute extension of the discussion. The question cannot be called within the first 10 minutes of discussion or debate on any subject. Anytime a representative group calls for a caucus, it will take preference over a vote. The maximum time allowed for a caucus will be 10 minutes. All motions and/or committee recommendations must be submitted in writing to the secretary, i.e. electronically writing. Only delegates and/or committee chairs may address the convention floor. Voting by voice vote, show of hands, roll call of the voting delegates, or written ballot shall be the option of the chair or at the request of any delegate. Each speaker may only speak once unless everyone desiring to speak has spoken. Any proposed changes made on the committee recommendations on the convention floor may, at the presiding officer's discretion, be sent back to the committee for rewording and then brought back to the convention floor before it can be voted on.
Thank you, Benjamin. I defer to Michael Norman to do the roll call.
Colorado, Jack Morgan. Tommy Channel. John Beck. Chris Tobin. Jerry Cunningham. Robert Thurtell. Alternates, Patrick Terry. Greg Tinsley. And Carl Schmidt. Texas, Randy Edlin. Tim Smith. Jenny McLeod. Marcus Hood. Anthony Lumpkins. Wade Earp. Jonathan Suter. Erica Holter. Tamara Kelly. Okay. GSGRA, Steve Guidry. David Lawson. Daniel Christoline. Buck Beal. Ken Smith. Terry Russ. Jeff Shooter. Dale Hoover. Okay. Arizona, Michael Brent. Ron Trusley. Christy Michaels. Mark Boyd. Michael Weedman. Joshua Sipes. Alternates, Jerry Griffin. R.J. Michaels. Dan Iverson. Jeffrey Smith. And Milan Lovell. Okay. Missouri, Kenneth Hall. Kerry Ragsdale. Brendan Dale. New Mexico, Brian Helander. Rich Taylor. Chuck Browning. Frank DeGatto. Judy Munson. Okay, just a second. North Star, Gene Frakes. Tony Schwartz. Scott Anderson. Trey Brubaker. Joel Leislergard. Okay, my apologies for butchering the name. Melissa Okay. Okay. Diamond State, Lisa Smith. Sandy Bidwell. Wes Givens. Jay Beck. Cody Kay. So we have no Jay Beck? Okay. No alternates. Asgra, Michael Lentz. Patrick Hunter. Okay. Nevada, Jeffrey Neal. Guytrell Glessy. Roger Bergman. Laura Scott. Chris Dew. Ilgra, Amy Griffin. Tom Sheridan. Okay. Red River, Sammy Simpkin. Doreen Rue. Janet Stangy. Robin Cagle. Frank Mazzo. Denise Reinhardt Stangy. Carla Bryant. Okay. UGRA, Kevin Hillman. Travis Nowers. Jim Baker. Rianne Groh. Robbie Harrison Garcia. And I accidentally skipped over Keystone, Adam Romanek. Okay. Is there anyone I did not call? Oh, I need to call the officers. Candy Pratt. Here. Mary Honeycutt. Here. Michael Norman. David Hill. Here. Is there anyone I did not call that is a delegate or an alternate? Utah. Ryan Alder. Oh, okay. Ryan Alder, Briggs Maycock. Okay. And Katina Turo. Okay. All righty, thank you. I'll have your totals for you in just a second. We have 67 voting delegates. We need 34 for majority and 45 for 2/3.
Next, Michael will do the credentials report.
Alrighty, we have all associations have done their renewals. The Sonoran Association decided not to renew for next year. Great Plains, Michigan, Sacramento, and Swanee River do not have delegates here this weekend, but they did. We got their renewals information last night, so they will be recognized associations. So that we have a quorum and a majority. Everyone's here. Number 12.
Sorry, number 12.
I didn't think it was going to come this soon either, for Christ's sake.
Michael, just point of clarification, you said recognized associations. Are they not member associations?
If you have no delegates at convention by rule, you're automatically moved to recognized association.
Thank you for the clarification.
So you finished with that one? Okay, then Michael will now do seating of new member associations.
We have a new association that has formed in the Canadian Rockies Gay Rodeo Association from Alberta, Canada. They have submitted all of their paperwork. Yesterday, the Board of Trustees recognized them as a recognized association. We would now like to propose that the Canadian Rockies Gay Rodeo Association be seated as a member association. Judy Munson is here from the Canadian Rockies. So we need a second to,
Need a motion and a second?
who was this?
Oh, yes, the recommendation did come from the committee. Okay. All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Welcome. You helped put the I back in the name. Okay, we're going to move to approving the past convention minutes. Got it, got it. Do I have a motion? Boogie? Second by Michael. Okay. All right. The motion to approve the past convention minutes. It was, Boogie was first, Michael Brent was second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Perfect. We're going to move to the executive reports. So I'm going to try to make mine short and sweet, try not be emotional. But, you know, I started with a lot of challenges And the first one, I'm just going to say one word, and then I'm going to end it. Australia. Then we moved to the 2018. Go ahead and laugh, Sam. I thought I'd get a bit more laughter than that, but. Then we moved to the 2018 finals. And it took forever to get the contracts straightened out. Or let's say, for everyone to be happy with the contracts. This is how I'm going to phrase it. Then, maybe it was because of me, maybe it was because of what happened, but we had discord through the membership. You know, and I just say that I feel passionate about this organization. Probably was on hydrocodone that night that I was asked to take this position, so because everybody that knows I had just had surgery, and so I'm going to admit it, I was on hydrocodone. But I've done the best job that I know how to do. Well, then we moved to having very outdated software and systems problems, and we made it through this year, patching and fixing, and I want to thank everybody involved in that, which would be Adam and David and Jean and anyone else that helped us make it through the year. I don't think everyone knows how bad in need we are of update. We had challenges with the venue changed or whatever, not once, not twice, like 3 times, but we overcame it. I believe the trustees voted what they thought was right. Whether everyone agreed with it or not, that's what we were handed because we are international. We are all over the United States. And so I think that my belief was it was a majority vote that night. So I'll just leave it at that. Then we had a contestant boycott. I'm just going to say a little bit about it. Whether it was because of me, whether it was because of the venue or whatever, please understand that it didn't hurt me because I'm going to do the good for the organization, and all it hurt was IGRA, but not me. I was a little disheartened with the lack of board support with the 2018 finals. I believe that as a board, it's our finals. It wasn't Red River's finals. It wasn't TGRA's finals. It was IGRA's finals. So I would hope, and I already see that's happening, so that everyone gets on board and you promote and you work and you make it very successful, because that's what I thought that a board did. And I'm learning, tell you, got the first-hand experience of it. Some wonderful highlights. I'm going to move to another. Y'all were worried there for a minute, weren't you? But there was a lot of highs, folks. I'm just telling you, I couldn't stand up here and tell you everything was rosy. If you know me, that's not me. So, but there was lots of highlights in 2018. You know, we started out with a social media group, whatever, and first John Hill took it on, and we did some member spotlights. I hope that with Chicken Nugget we'll go back to doing that. And so whenever we reach out to you about your members, please help us so that we can get this done and kind of feature everyone. It's not just the contestants, we want everyone. And what happened, John got a little frustrated because we would email the trustees or somebody like that and couldn't get any response. And so we're going to send stuff out so that you help us out so that we can do member spotlights at all times so that maybe you can get to know someone a little bit better that lives on the other part of the country and you don't know them. We had a huge IGRA social media presence this year. Everybody that doesn't know Chicken Nugget, I call him Chicken Britches, and I call him usually everything but Nugget just because I know it drives him crazy, but I have a little fun with it. But, you know, we're in the era that we have to use social media, and he has done a fantastic job of getting us on just about every social media platform. And so when he asks you for help, or yesterday when we were in the social media meeting, he gave his email address out or whatever, and it's a great way for you to send all your information about your upcoming events or anything that you want on social media. We're going to change it up a little bit, and I'll let him tell you about that later, but we're going to, the IGRA one, so that everybody knows, the IGRA one's just going to be mainly business, and the Team IGRA is going to be where we're going to post everything if you want to tell about something that happened to someone or stuff like that. So if you're not on the Team IGRA, please make sure that you send a request so that you're on that, because we're going to change it up a little bit to be a little more business-like on the regular IGRA Facebook page. Sponsorship recognition. You know, this year it was challenging. We didn't have a marketing chair. Both Laura and I worked quite a bit, and we did a great job of getting what sponsors that we did have, both for WGRF and a little bit for IGRA. It's very challenging in these times for sponsors, but anybody that knows anybody or gives us, you know, the opportunity to stick our foot in the door, you know, please let us know or whatever. This is something that we struggle with, like my secretary. Oh, that's right.
That was your 10-minute up.
Oh, right. That was good. Very good. Anyway, and also I want to say that we had a great media presentations, final promotion. Buck Beal did a wonderful job of that. I don't know if everybody saw all the media. You kind of had to stumble over them, but it was unreal this year. It was absolutely wonderful on how much media presence that we had. So you got to think about it. In 1 year, what all we've done on social media, what Buck did with getting us out there. We were even talking about the Tejano article, things like that. We did a wonderful job of putting ourselves out there so people know who we are, because it happens so many times that, oh my gosh, there's something. Anyway, so I wanted to thank John Hill, Chicken Nugget, Laura, and Buck Beal for really putting IGRA out there so people know more about us. More highlights. Rodeo production. You know, we strive to make things better and to do a great job, and here's where I want to say thank you to David Lawson. David reached out and started a program on the ground, if you had the best ground, and added money. And they thought it was just going to be $1,000, and it was more, and everybody got on board. And it's programs like that make everybody try to make things better for your rodeo, for the contestants, for everyone as a whole. So I want to say thank you for coming up with that program. Show and entertainment value. Red River does this at any rodeo that anybody allows us to, and it really helps. There was a couple times at the finals that things happen, and we did it there. We did it in several people's rodeos, and I don't know if anybody, a lot of people saw it and participated and helped us with it, but anytime that you can involve the audience and get rid of you know, the boring slack times or whatever, I encourage you to come up with little games and events and things like that that help out. And every time we did it, we were very welcomed. No one turned us away to try to. I should have brought the bucket and the frisbees to see if someone wanted to try it from here, but so far I still have that $100, Jack. Anyway, you know, sponsors. We can't say enough about our sponsors, and I tried a little bit, but I failed a little bit too as far as thanking them as much as we want to. I would hope that after your rodeos, it's kind of hard for me, but if your rodeo director or someone would send us a list of your sponsors, we'd be happy to blast every one of our social medias to thank them, to make sure they know how valuable they are to us, because they are, because we don't exist without them. So I personally don't even mind, calling some of them or something like that if anybody ever wants that, because I feel very passionate that I'm hoping that we can get back to having more sponsors, but I certainly want them to make sure that they know how much we appreciate them. Something else that I noticed that we had this year is we had an improvement in stock contractors. I challenged people last year. I called several associations. I talked to many of the directors, and I would hope that we keep improving on that, and you strive to have the best stock contractors that really enjoy being at your rodeo. Bless you. That enjoy being at your rodeo and working with you, and I think a lot of people know that with the guys that did Texas, the guys that did the finals, Nevada, Bay Area. There was so many that I can say that Minnesota, that's right, you're absolutely right. It was a much different feeling this year with the stock contractors at many of the rodeos, that they were laughing and playing with the contestants, and really enjoyed their job. And so many times I had them come up to tell me that they have never worked with a better group of people. And I told them the same, because I appreciated them. And so I hope that I applaud you all for doing a much better job of keeping everyone safe and making it important to have the right staff there to make your rodeo go better. More highlights. I wanted to thank Mary Honeycutt and the entire royalty team. These guys, they go everywhere and raise money for so many wonderful charities. And, folks, as a contestant and as your president, I go as many places as I can. I know what it costs me, but just think about these individuals all around the room that go and support the rodeos and support your associations and your fundraisers and things like that. And so I wanted to personally thank Mary and the whole royalty team. And can we all give them an applause there? Next, I don't know if you noticed it, but we had an IGRA inventory refresh. Anybody like some of the brighter colors and a little bit? There you go. Well, I challenged Tommy and Jean, and we kind of tried to up our game a little bit, and I think it worked. I certainly appreciated everything they did, and we even saw Brian Helander wearing purple. Rodeo schools. I really appreciate all the associations that put on rodeo schools. The only way that we're going to grow is to allow these people to come in the day before, or even if you have one off to the side. That creates so many opportunities for you to have new contestants, to help the contestant that you have. There's so many people, like, for instance, Mipsy, when I talked to him this year and said, hey, you want to do calf roping on foot? And he looked at me like deer in the headlights. But the next thing I know, we were swinging a rope, and now he's very interested in calf roping on foot. So unless you offer something like that, and you offer their assistance and offer the programs and offer these rodeo schools, that's where it starts. It just takes a little. And my personal experience, and I know this happens, at New Mexico, at Keystone, it happened at all these ones, is like at Red River, each time I can tell you these people, and then we track them, we watch like Jameson and these people like that the first time they come to the rodeo school, and the next thing you see them win a shoot dogging, a buckle or something like that. It's happened so many times, and it really works, folks. So I encourage you to look at having the rodeo schools, because I think it's great. Last year I had an NFR reception. anybody that knows me, when I go to the NFR, I love the Bahama Breeze. And it actually, I think we counted something like 40 IGRA people that came to the Bahama Breeze, because I bought hors d'oeuvres, so that was the, I fished a little bit. Come on, I'll have you some food. But they have a happy hour before, and so it was a huge presence to know that all of us were there. And so I kind of know every year that I see everybody in passing or whatever. So we had a big reception, and it was really welcome, and it was a lot of fun. So thank you to everyone that was there and did come. So I really appreciated it, and we had a really good time. Last year too, I changed up a little bit and then got scolded by my secretary recently, but I tried to involve more people in the committees. Normally there might be one committee chair, but a lot of times I split the job because, face it, we usually all have a regular job or we wouldn't be able to do this. And so many times this work that we do as a committee chair, sometimes it gets overwhelming. So I believe it worked or whatever on many times where we split the committees into multiple chair people and allowed several people both the experience and be able to help out on all the duties of a committee chair. And I'm going to end it with just saying that we had a very successful finals, and I'll defer all that to our finals chair later on. And thank you for allowing me to be your president. Thank you. Next, we'll have Mary Honeycutt.
Hi. Okay. I get nervous on the microphone, so y'all just bear with me.
Hold your hand.
You hold my hand, thank you. Okay. Actually, I just want to start off, I want to thank a very important part of our organization. I know Candy already did, but I'd like our 2018 royalty team to stand up, please. These guys have done a fantastic job. There's a couple missing. But these guys have done so much this year. They've traveled everywhere. They have done just a tremendous job. They all completed and went above their financial requirements, their rodeo requirements. The 2018 team, their actual fundraising requirements were about $11,600. They went beyond. They raised over $14,000 for their charities. Yes. Their charities were A Wish for Wings, Four Paws for Patriots, the Trevor Project, and the Joyful Heart Foundation. They also sponsored 7 of the royalty sashes for the 2019 team going to World Gay Rodeo Finals, totaling $700. There was at least one member of the team at every rodeo throughout the year. So as they volunteered, competed as well, they helped raise a combined amount, and this is talking charities, IGRAs, going to associations and helping at their rodeos. They helped raise over $27,000 this year. This is, like I said, this is for IGRA, this is for other associations, this is for finals. This is just helping out, merchandise, I mean, just all the different things that they do, and I don't think a lot of people realize exactly how much they really do. So just congratulate those guys when you see them, give them a big thanks because they help out a lot. The next, we had the 2019 IGRA Royalty Competition. It was held during finals. We'll get down to some of the business. All associations provided the required judges except for 2. There were 10 contestants turned in requirements to compete. 9 actually competed, and 8 contestants acquired enough points to make the team. So I would actually like to congratulate and welcome the new 2019 IGRA Roll Team as well. You have your Miss IGRA, Priscilla Bouvier? Sorry. Mr. Travis James, AGRA, Ms. IGRA, Alina Cole, TGRA, Mr. IGRA, Jorge Sanchez, who is here. Stand up. It's okay. Your Miss IGRA first runner-up, Duchess Weirs from Keystone. Your Ms. IGRA first runner-up, Jennifer Vrana from Keystone. Your Miss IGRA second runner-up, Iona Doublewide from Arizona. And your Ms. IGRA second runner-up, Deliria Twilight Star from New Mexico. So I'd like you guys to congratulate those guys. It takes a lot of courage to get up there and compete, and if you've never done it, I know there's a lot of you out there that have done it, but if you haven't done it, it's a lot of nerves, it's a lot of effort goes into it. I'd also like to thank the judges that were there, everybody that was involved that helped and showed up. It was a successful competition. So that's kind of all the business, and I actually just kind of wanted to take this opportunity. I wanted to thank everyone in IGRA for all of your efforts throughout the year. The success of IGRA is built on the support of all of you, our volunteers, our contestants, our royalty, sponsors, spectators, leadership, everybody else in between. I believe in this organization. I'm very passionate about it. And, but for us to survive, for us, IGRA to continue, we must all work together and help each other, all of us, every single person. We've got to do that. Not for our own agendas, not for our own glory, but for IGRA as a whole, for the best interests of IGRA and its members. We must be reasonable and, more importantly, realistic when decisions are being made. We must work on listening to new ideas, agreeing to disagree, and making changes in our direction when needed. This means we put our own personal feelings aside sometimes, and I know a lot of us have personal feelings. So this past year has been filled with both challenges and victories, and it's reassuring to know that there are people we can count on regardless of what difficulties face us, that there are those who step up, and there's a lot of people that have stepped up, and we appreciate that. They work hard, contribute, because they also believe in IGRA's future. I have genuine appreciation for the dedication and commitment that each one of you that are here that have shown, and everybody that's not here, anybody that has contributed. And I just want to say good luck to everyone for the remainder of the year, and look forward to next year. So, thank you. Thank you, Mary. Next report is Michael.
What an amazing year. I tend to get emotional and very passionate. There are not enough words that I can say about what an amazing person Ron Trusley is. Ron Trusley has been a huge help to me. I have worked with Ron at our rodeos for 20 years, and I thought I knew most of what he did as IGRA secretary. Boy, I only knew the surface. There's so much to be done, and I can never fill Ron Trusley's boots, but I will do the best job I possibly can this next year. So Ron, thank you so much for everything. And Ron continues, when I have questions or issues, he's always there. It may take a day for us to connect by phone, but Ron's always been a huge help. I have no regrets about taking on this role. It's something I've wanted, and I have learned a lot from Ron. I have learned a lot from our trustees. I've learned a lot of different perspectives. I have thoroughly enjoyed working with all of our associations, especially the ones putting on rodeos. We all have things to contribute to our community. The IGRA family is a huge part of my life. I've been here for 20 years, and I love what we are here to do. We had a trustee a few years ago talk to us at university about us always taking the high road. We do it some of the time, but we need to do it more of the time. This year as IDRA secretary, I have seen a different side of us and seeing how we operate. We have no documented policies, we have no documented procedures, we have no documented work instructions or how to do this, when it needs to be done. If it's not in the bylaws and the standing rules and the rodeo rules, we're going by the seat of our pants in some cases. And we've had things that we do and it's like, oh, there's a form on the website. And I'm like, the bylaws never points to this exhibit or thing. So in our board of directors meeting yesterday, I'm going to work with the board of directors in creating policies and processes and procedures and work instructions that will help us all, not just as an IDRA secretary, but as an organization, and helping our committees, knowing when we have to do things, how they need to be done, when they need to be done, who needs to do them, who needs to be involved. Also helping our associations when we do conventions and what have you. So we're going to get those processes and procedures in place to supplement what's in our bylaws and standing rules and so forth. And I'm going to leave it at that and say thank you very much for allowing me to do my best to help us as an organization. We have conflict in the organizations. We need to respect one another. And there's times I don't agree with Candy, and there's times she doesn't agree with me. And I'll say, hey, the bylaws say this, and it's like, okay. But we need to communicate. You'll hear in some other reports, communication is a big thing that we need to be a little better at than what we're at today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. You ready, David, for treasurer's report?
Well, after all of that, I have to report the financial situation of the company. If you pull up your financials, it unfortunately is only through September. With all the challenges of the online registration for convention and reconciling that, I am late by a week on getting my financials for October. So the financials are under the folder within, it says financial. Not something you can have a lot of questions about in this short period of time. But are there any questions? Thank you so much.
How come I didn't get off that easy? All right, our next is Ed. Are you ready? Our auditor's report, Ed Berry.
It's so good to see everyone. Hi, it's been a while. So the corporate auditor report to the 34th annual convention in Salt Lake City. This particular report is a dual purpose report. It's covering August through September. The last report was delivered in the August meeting for the period ending 7/31. So I reviewed the August and September 2018 books and records of IGRA. I had full access to all the books and records of IGRA, including all the reconciliations that David is required to perform. All of the reconciliations agreed to the general ledger. I reviewed the income statements and balance sheets for both months and then included a comparison to the prior year. The income on the balance sheet does agree to the income on the income statements, and the retained earnings rolled forward appropriately. So try not to sleep. This isn't that long. The income statements looked very reasonable when compared to the activity for the prior year and also the activity observed in the general ledger. It's important to notice that I reviewed the general ledger for all cash deposits and expenses run through August and September of 2018. There were 117 transactions for this period. and a total of 428 line items for this audit year. And this audit year doesn't always follow our association year because just timing has gone by. So our audit year this year is January 1st of 2018 to September 30th of 2018. So using a random number generator, I ran a random sample covering 10% of the deposits and expenditures. And then I received all the audit backup for those 12. There were 43 examined for the year. All of the deposits examined tied to the general ledger, as did all of the transactions for expenditures in that sample. There was only one exception for the entire year, which was off just a mere penny, which is a rounding error, and it always happens when it was a government tax payment, and the way the government rounds, that was not unexpected. So all of the deposits and expenditures were properly supported either by a receipt or fees found on the bank statement. All of the receipts supports that were received, they conform to the IRS rule on the receipts being required for $75 and higher. Some additional work that I performed with David, we had a conversation about any negative IRS correspondence that we may have received, just to make sure there's nothing going on with the government. We have received none. I inquired as to if our 990 tax return was filed and if there were any non-exempt transactions that created any tax obligations. The return was on extension and has subsequently been filed. There were no nonprofit tax consequences brought to our attention for things that were not related to our exempt purpose. So I am able to report to the IGRA Board of Directors and Convention that nothing out of the ordinary was noted in this sample of transactions. I would like to thank our Treasurer, David Hill, for his continued excellent work. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ed. It's great to see you, too. Next, we'll start into the committee reports. I may move some of these around, but I'll let you know beforehand. First is association presidents. That Tim and Sandy, or did you give them the report? Okay. He said he didn't have one. Yep. Okay, I'm going to throw a joke in here. Everybody's quiet. Why did the bow-legged cowboy get fired? Because he couldn't keep his calves together. Thought that was fitting for this audience.
And now I have to follow that. The Association President's Committee met on Friday, November 16th, 2018, from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. A total of 11 persons attended the meeting, 10 of which voting members. Had to bear with me on this so I can read this. I was hoping to print it, but I didn't have time. A list of the attendees is attached to the report. We want to thank the committee members for their input and their help to complete the business of this committee. The committee discussed IGRA and other associations helping with stock contractors. That was one of the topics. They discussed how to handle negative members and naysayers of different associations. We've talked about how to handle members using your association's name to raise money for personal use, examples being to travel to rodeos, royalty to be eligible to compete without approval. We discussed the image of IGRA needs to change, and some of which are 30-year-old issues. IGRA needs to put more back into associations, is something that came out of the committee. We discussed associations gathering up statistics. Example, being male, female, average age, contestant versus non-contestant members, that type of statistics, to be able to get back to IGRA so that we can build a bigger statistic database in order to obtain sponsorships, not only for our associations, but for IGRA as a group. We also discussed social media, conducting business on social media, and the negative sometimes of promoting your associations on social media is one thing than conducting business on social media, and how to maybe handling people and some of your members that may conduct some of your negative business on social media. No proposals were made. Respectfully submitted, Sandy Bidwell and Tim Smith, co-chairs, IGRA President's Committee. I'm through, right?
Yep. Thank you, Tim and Sandy. I appreciate it. Convention, Kevin Hillman.
First off, I want to thank you all for being here and putting up with me the last year. We met from 8:30 to 9:30. We had 9 organizations represented. Our main discussion was on ways of helping those who want to bid for a convention and putting together some type of packet that gives them information they need, such as how many room nights and things like that. They can tell the hotel they've had based on the past history. Also, an online registration for delegates so that the hosting association has the names, and if they want to do a food choice, they can put the food menu on there and the delegates can choose that food instead of like today and yesterday where it's first come, first served. So if you want something, you want to be out there first. With those being said, a lot of the challenges that we run into is not having communication from some of the committee chairs. And part of that for this year was my fault in not knowing that I needed to reach out to them and find out what their needs were. And so these are some of the situations we'd like to cover in putting together some type of packet as we have for our web and other things to give those who are willing and wanting to put on a convention an idea of what the costs would be and how they can go about doing hotel bids and things of that nature. I felt we had a very interesting discussion, and we're going to move forward in putting something like that together, hopefully being able to reach out to those who have put together conventions in the past so that those who are going to put on or want to put one on in the future aren't going into it blind. I'm not a technology person, so it made it a hard challenge for me to try and work with people because a lot of times I didn't know what questions to ask, and so these are the types of things we'd like to cover and do for those who are wanting to put on convention to make it successful for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I've really enjoyed being here, and the staff has been really, really nice. I don't know if everybody got to meet Katie, the bartender. She's not going to be here today, but she made sure to tell us how much she loved us last night. Yes. Next is Michael for membership.
The membership meeting met yesterday morning. The meeting was called to order at 9:30. 10 associations were present in the meeting. I updated the committee members on the board of directors that voted to recognize the new Canadian Rockies Gay Rodeo Association the day before as a recognized association. That they had met all the requirements for being seated at convention and as a member association. Their geographical area is Alberta, Canada. I don't think we mentioned that before. The Sonoran Gay Rodeo Association decided not to renew for 2019. Then we discussed the issue. It's actually 4 associations that had not completed their renewal process. The rest of we had a lot of discussion, and I'm not going to go through all that discussion because that's all been taken care of since the committee met yesterday morning. I'm going to move down to, let's see here. Roger Bergman made the motion to approve CRGRA as a new member association. It was seconded by Patrick Hunter, and the motion passed. There was no other business brought up. All of our associations that did not renew in the manner called for in the bylaws, they were all had the $200 late fee, and that has been all taken care of. So with that, respectfully submitted.
Next, we have the nominating committee. Frank?
Good morning. The nominating committee met, or was called to order at 1:10 p.m. Friday, November 16th, by the committee chair, Frank Mazo. A total of 3 people were present. 2 were voting delegates. The chair would like to thank the committee for their participation. The list is attached. After introductions were made, the chair announced the nominations received to date for the 2 offices that were up for election. The first nomination received was Robert Thurtell from Colorado. The second nomination received for president was Candy Pratt, your current president. 1 nomination for treasurer, David Hill. All were accepted. The chair then asked if there were any additional nominations, and none were presented. The chair then reminded everyone of the voting requirements by IGRI bylaws. A majority of votes are needed to elect officers, a simple majority, 50%. The chair then explained the election process. I'll need assistance to help with preparing and distributing and collecting the ballots. I guess that will happen tomorrow, most likely. I'm sure we'll not get to it today. The volunteers I need have to be non-voting delegates or people that are just helping with the convention. Only voting delegates of record will receive a ballot, and they must be sitting at the association's table where they are the association they are representing. The only exceptions would be the executive board sitting at the front of the room and individuals like Frank Harrell, who must be away from their association's table in order to fulfill convention-related duties. Frank, are you a delegate? Oh, not this year? Okay. Before voting takes place, there will be a final call for additional nominations, and nominations will then be closed and the ballots prepared. There will be separate ballots for each office or issue that may come up for vote. If there are any bids for 2019 or 2020 IGRA convention, those will also be voted on, and ballots will be prepared and distributed. However, at this moment, it's unknown if there will be any to be considered at convention. The next item we talked about was a small bylaw change. We talked about simplifying the election process a little bit. For instance, when only one option is being considered for a vote. For instance, David Hill. He's the only person that is going to be on the ballot for treasurer. We reviewed a draft of that bylaw change, and the committee voted to go ahead and propose the change. The chair then asked for the committee members to update their delegations on the information discussed during the meeting. The meeting was adjourned at 1:27. After the meeting, I went to the bylaws committee and presented the change for their review. They didn't like the way it was presented, so I went back and I reworded it and brought it back, and the final bylaw change proposal was approved by the nominations committee. Do we do that now?
We'll give everybody time to read if they hadn't seen it. So we have a motion? Oh, there's no motion, just, okay, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstention? Passes. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So the resolution is included? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and it's.
Okay, the proposal included the resolution, so more or less it's immediate. To make it effective immediate.
Benjamin, that mean the resolution to make it effective immediately, or 2/3 of which I guess we got?
Yeah, it was unanimous.
Unanimous. Okay.
That took care of itself.
Yeah.
Number 8. We had the microphone. Oh, Mitzi? It was 8, then 10. Sorry.
Well, they didn't
We-
have the pad up. I didn't see it.
Gene Frakes, North Star. Are we, Benjamin, am I remembering something wrong, but do we not have a bylaw that states that for a bylaw to become effective immediately, it takes a 2/3 vote to pass it in order for that to happen? I'm not sure we can make this happen by resolution. For some reason in my mind, I'm thinking that.
Yes.
All right. We used to have to do this by flipping through the pages of the big book. I love I think this internet and computer thing's really going to catch on. Under Article 6, Annual Convention,
He's answering him first.
Section 3, Attendance and Voting, Paragraph D. Let me back up and see if we need a bit of Paragraph A or B here. No, so going straight to Paragraph D. Special measures, number 1, a 2/3 vote. There isn't only number 1. So special measures, a 2/3 vote shall be required to enact, repeal, or amend the bylaws, enact, repeal, or amend rodeo rules, or change the effective date of any new amended or repealed bylaw, standing rule, or rodeo rule. So it does require a 2/3 vote, but it is a vote by this body.
Number 10.
Which did happen. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, this is a
Hold on,
point of
hold on,
order.
Hold on, we're still, Gene, did that answer your question, Gene?
It did, but there was no mention of that in this resolution there. It makes it seem like that there was no significance in that vote. The resolution is not necessarily needed, except for the state limit.
Point of order. My understanding is you can't roll the resolution into the bylaw acceptance. So I think we just voted on the bylaw change. We just need a separate vote, more than 2/3 vote, and we can implement immediately.
I
So
agree.
why don't we do that second vote, and it'll clear up the whole mess.
I agree. Okay, so now what we're voting on is to make this immediate. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. So now we have it right. Thanks. Yep, go ahead.
Am I still on? It all came from the committee, Michael. We're good. A proposal, traditionally in the past, when we made something effective immediately, it was voted on separately. That's been by tradition more than anything else. A proposal to this floor can include anything that the proponent wants to include as one vote. That is an option. If this group prefers separate votes like Michael suggested, or like have we done in the past, that's certainly an option as well. So the proposal can include a change and the effective date of that change, both would require 2/3. So it is an option to do that, but again, we've gotten the same result either way, so thanks.
That answered everybody's questions? Next, community outreach. Mary again. And the royalty team, excuse me. Nope, here they come. If you're a committee chair, please make sure to check check your web link under your committee folder to make sure that your report's there prior to your time up here, please. If not, if it's not there, give it to Patrick to put it in the folder.
Good morning. How are you all? It's going to be a fun day. This is our report from the Community Outreach Fundraising Gender Diversity Committee. It was held yesterday at 3 p.m. to 4:10. The Community Outreach Fundraising Gender Diversity Committee met on Friday, November 16th I just gave you the time, sorry. A total of 70 people attended the meeting, 9 of which were voting delegates. A list of the attendees is attached to the report. I want to thank, I can't read this, hold on. All right, I want to thank the members of the committee for their input and help on completing the business of this committee. Woo, oh, thank you. Oh, much better. All righty, now we can roll. The committee chairs presented year-to-date results of fundraising efforts by the 2018 royalty team. Numbers will be reported by the VP, which she did earlier. The new IGRA 2019 royalty was introduced. The royalty competition was discussed, and we're all in favor of how it went this year. We did look at 4 proposals, and all of them were passed in committee. The proposals by the committee are attached to this report. The committee recommends that the adoption of these proposals. Thank you, Ms. Mary Honeycutt, our chairperson.
Okay, we'll bring up the first proposal. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes. 42, or no, proposal 02. It's much longer. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes. Oh, 03. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes. Great job. Oh, 04. Any discussion? Nine, then 11, and then 1. Sorry.
Can I ask the committee what the reasoning was to take out funds to raise funds for charity, and it's now only raising funds to support IGRA?
Would the committee like to answer this? Anyone on the committee? Mipsy? You have a microphone.
So when looking at this in the committee, most of the committee members are royalty members. We raise money for our local associations to put on their rodeo to maintain their daily function. So our thought in this is, why aren't we doing this for IGRA? Why are we not raising money enough for us to support ourselves and put on a rodeo? Yes, we have the opportunity to raise money for charity. We raise it before we start. And as this sash, I can go out anywhere I want as an IGRA team member and raise money for charity. We are a charity. We need to start taking care of ourselves. That's all I have to say.
Number 11.
Laura Scott, NGRA. Mipsy pretty much said a lot of what I wanted to say, but I want to reiterate, for anybody who actually paid attention to David Hill's little pop-up of the finances, I don't know if anybody's really had the courage to say this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. This association is almost broke. And until we start giving back to us, who is a charity, we're screwed, people.
Number 1.
So we spent a lot of time discussing this in the committee, and I have spent a lot of time researching this over last night. And one of the things that shocked me is, for the past many number of years, the minimum amount raised by the IGRA royalty team has been retained by IGRA for their funds. The amount raised over that has always been given to charity. So right now, the proposal really isn't changing what has been done already. I would like to offer an amendment to state that 50% goes to IGRA and 50% goes to the charity of the royalty team's choice.
There's an amendment and a second. Trey. Oh, 04. Oh. So while they're fixing this, I'm going to tell another joke.
Candy?
Oh, number 5? Oh, okay. Well,
I
I just wanted to point out that the treasurer's report did not include any of the financials from Finals Rodeo. So we don't really know if we're broke or if we made money.
We're not
And-
talking about, point of order, hang on, we're not. No caucus yet, hang on.
Where do you want the amendment at?
Chris, where do you want the amendment at? So back to the joke. Who do zombie cowboys fight? Who do zombie cowboys fight? Deadskins. They're clean. Okay, I'll get better ones. I think number 12 was next, then I've got you, Pork Chop. Number 12? Oh. Okay. Okay, hang on, we got to.
And we've got to get the amendment up here, and then we can move on.
Just hang on, everyone. I've got you recorded. Yeah. What happened to mine? Oh, can you hand me those notes so I can? Can you turn them back over? There was a note somewhere. Okay, yes. Because I have a little note to do that. Okay, I will, because I was going to do the break right after this.
Thank you. So we have the amendment there.
Okay, now the amendment's up where you can read it.
Any discussion?
Okay, so now we'll go back to, the discussion is only on the amendment right now. So did Amy, you still want to talk on the amendment? Okay. Okay. Coming behind.
I'm not in favor of this amendment. I think that we have an obligation to support, sorry, Amy Griffin Ilgra. We have an obligation to support the committee's recommendations, any committee's recommendations, unless they're really kind of nutty. I think that the original proposal is a very, very bold move. It's very brave. It does not prevent the SASH people from raising money for other charities. And, you know, I say nay on the amendment. The horse is already out of the stable. This was passed in committee. I think we should support the original proposal.
Number 11, I think it was Pork Chop. Did you want to talk? Oh, Roger.
I'm just confused because we passed proposal 2 And so we're asking to do an amendment that probably should have been addressed in proposal 2. So if we were okay with proposal 2, why are we not okay with proposal 4, which only is addressing where the funds are supposed to be forwarded to?
Okay, number 2.
Marcus Hood, TGRA. The only question I have on this is if this proposal come from the committee, why wouldn't it come in as a proposal before the amendment? Why wouldn't the amendment be added in from the committee instead of just now?
It was an individual. Number 7.
Brian Heinlander, NMGRA. I'm also not in support of the amendment. I think the original proposal as it stands moves us closer to compliance with our new 501c3 status, if that's what we're going to do. And I think the board of directors needs to be in charge of the distribution of funds from the organization.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, we've exceeded our time limit, and unless. Oh, okay. I've got 2 people timing it. Perfect. Sorry. Number 8.
Gene Frakes, NSGRA. I'm speaking for myself, not for my entire table, because there's a lot more black sashes on this table than I want to deal with. But as a former vice president, I'm not in support of this, and for the reasons that...
You're not in support of the
amendment? Of the amendment,
Okay.
excuse me. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
We're talking about the amendment.
Okay.
I'm not in support of the amendment because, for the exact reasons that Chris mentioned when he made it, this actually reduces the amount of funds that are going to IGRA. Because in the past, the entire amounts of their minimums were sent to IGRA. And I can tell you that although it never said that, the interpretation during the terms that I served was the verbiage that said raised money for IGRA and charities. The IGRA part of it, it was interpreted was the minimums. And that was done, I know, because I asked the question when I was vice president, and that's what was determined based on the executive board at that time. So, with that said, I am certainly not in favor of taking money away from IGRA. Thank you.
Another one from the same table right in, Trey.
Hello. Trey Brubaker, North Star. I am very much in favor of this, and the reason for this, I have a few. Raising money for charities is something that IGRA was founded on. In fact, not only is it, that's where we started, was raising money. It was a fundraiser. We are literally taking that out because it was a fundraiser to give back. It gave us a place to play and be ourselves. We're taking that away because we're not giving back based on the original. That's why this amendment was made, was to require IGRA to show publicly that we as an organization, not individuals raising money on the side, but as an organization, we give back. When Mary gave our report today, we talked about how our team numbers. Our team did everything as a team. Every number was not how much this person or that person raised. This takes away from that if we keep the original. The amendment clears any gray area up and saying our team is raising money for our charities. So at the end of the year, we picked 4 charities at the beginning of this year as a team and spent all year advertising we're raising money for these charities and we are giving back. Based on the original and how Gene specified how it's been done, we're very uncomfortable with that because there's nothing saying that any money or any percentage is actually going back to those 4 charities that we were raising money for. It says we're going to give it to IGRA, and based on our recommendation, but we don't get to pick as royalty, the people who raise that money all year. We don't have that opportunity to decide that. We recommend to the board, but based on the original, the board can say no. That doesn't mean they're going to, but based on that, they can. With this amendment, it gives an ability for us to say, okay, half of the money you raise is going to charity and half is going to IGRA. That means that all year you can raise money and say, if you're passionate about your charities or you're passionate about IGRA, we all are on both, we can push that forward and raise those numbers. We raised $28,000 this year. That's a lot more than the 11 we were required to do. Why? Because we had 4 charities we were passionate about. So this gives us an opportunity to show as an organization that we are giving back, and you can't give to yourself. That's called keeping.
Number 2.
Tim Smith, TGRA. Couple of things. I think what it boils down to is if IGRA was to fall short and go in the black on a rodeo, where do they get those funds from to pay the bills first? So in favor of this, not in favor of this amendment, meaning all monies go to IGRA. When they do make a profitable rodeo, then the money goes back to charity. So the passion can still be there. The charities can still be selected. However, it's going to be more of a surprise at the end what may be given to them. But the bills need to be paid first. And I think that's just in case you happen to put your finals rodeo in an area that does not draw the income level or sponsorships that you thought you were going to get, then you would be able to cover those costs.
Go number 13 that hadn't spoke yet. Where's the microphone, people? Sorry? No, you stay up here.
Wow. Robin Cagle, Red River. So I'm a WUSI, I was royalty, and I know what Trey is saying, that, you know, we started with giving back to charities, but, you know, we have to evolve, right? I'm not for this. We've got to evolve. I mean, we need to focus on IGRA as a 501c3 charity. We need to focus on our university. We need money for that kind of stuff. And if we don't get our university and things like that back, then where are we going to be?
Thank you. I'm going to let Mipsy talk next, and then I'll go into the people that already spoke.
Okay, I get where Trey's coming from with the we thing as a team and raising money. But when you're speaking as we, you need to check with who you're talking about as we, because I'm not in favor of this. I think we're going to cause problems for us if we do this. Again, as an IGRA royalty team member, and we've done it in our own associations, we've helped other organizations in our communities. So we are doing stuff for the community. So when you're thinking that we're not giving back as IGRA royalty to organizations, we are. It's just in a different form. It's not coming, a check is not coming from IGRA. It's coming from us. Whether it's building a house, whether it's giving food to patients, whether it's running a food bank, whether it's helping out an organization raise money, we're already doing that. So we need to stick with helping ourselves. That's all I have to say.
Number 11, Roger. Oh, no? Okay, Gene, you still need, number 8? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Jorge.
Hi, I'm Missy LaFave from North Star. I'm Jorge Sanchez. I'm against it. I know you guys don't like that, but we have to work as a team. Like, our job is to raise money, and we have to take care of ourselves first. As royalty, it doesn't mean that we can't go and still raise money and still give to communities. I know as 2019, we're already working on some that we're doing on our own. I'm getting a lot of things donated and stuff, but it's on our own. We're not using any of IGRA's money. We really need to take care of ourselves, our group. And so I'm really against this.
Okay, the time has expired. On the discussion on the amendment, time has expired. Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. It fails. Okay, now we're gonna go back to we'll give him just a minute. We'll take a break right after this, okay? So don't. During the break, is there any other announcements during the break? The ROC committee is gonna meet outside. Bylaws committee will meet front right. And who did we have in the back earlier? Universities in the back. Bylaws, bring your computers, he says. But we're not breaking yet, so hang on. Hang on. Okay. Refresh, please. Well, when he gets it refreshed, I will. Okay, back to the original proposal. Any discussion on the original? Number 9.
Cody K, DSRA. So I wasn't in favor of the amendment either. I don't think that we should do a 50-50 split necessarily. But, and I don't care if we're only going to raise money and just give it all to IGRA. I just don't want the royalty team out there saying we're raising money for charity and saying here are our charity partners and we're raising money for them. Because in years past, I know it doesn't say it in here, but in years past, whatever money we raised for our minimums that it says right there how much money they have to raise, that $11,500 or whatever that Mary said, anything above and beyond that then went to charity. Everything, the minimums all went to IGRA because that's what IGRA said we had to have from the royalty team to contribute for the financials. Everything beyond that always went to charity. And now you're saying that anything which they did this year, the extra $3,000 or whatever dollars that she said, now doesn't go to charity, to their 4 charity partners. It would go. I'm not saying, yes, that is what we're saying, that everything would go to IGRA unless IGRA decide, okay, I know next year. So next year's team can't be running around saying, here's my, I want to raise money for the Trevor Project. They can't do that because that money may not go to the Trevor Project. So I just think it's fraudulent when you're out there saying you're raising money for charity and it's really just for IGRA.
I'm speaking next.
Okay.
I just want to say a couple words. For one thing, IGRA is a charity. So when we say we're raising money for charity, we are raising money for charity. That is not fraudulent at all. We're a charity. Who's raising money for us? Our team is raising money for our charity. We're also we help our associations raise money for those charities. Are the associations not charities? Most of them are. So we're raising money for charities. Maybe we're not going to say, okay, we're raising money for the Trevor Project this year. We're not going to say that, but we are raising money for charity. That's a true statement.
Number 7 and then number 12.
Brian Helander, NMGRA. I'm hearing a lot of confusion about the new status of IGRA being a 501c3, and I think there's lots of misunderstandings out there. I would recommend, and I don't know how to do this structurally, but if we added the words to support the charitable mission of IGRA, it may provide some clarity to people in terms of the difference between money going to IGRA and money going to the charitable mission of IGRA. So I don't know if that's an amendment or is something. I'll toss it back to Benjamin.
Okay, hang on a second. Brian, where would you?
Where it says must raise funds to support IGRA, I would have that read, must raise funds to support the charitable mission of IGRA.
Do we have a second? Okay. So you'll have to hang on just a second, Amy. We got to deal with this and then we'll. promise, we're almost to break. We'll get through this. Where's Frank? There's no. You gotta hang on. We gotta get this up on the screen first. It was. Yep. Refresh. And then the parliamentarian mic, please, as well.
Oh, it's on. All right, if you refresh here, please ignore the red in D. Please ignore the red in D. Okay, that isn't part of Brian's amendment. That's something that we want to amend in a moment. So please ignore it. Just focus on A now. Pretend D. There's no change in D right now.
Okay. All right. So now, Brian, is that what you wanted? Okay. Second was. Okay. Amy, you want to talk on this?
Yeah, I think that this is a great compromise, Mr. Helander, and I'd like to remind everyone that the original, I support the current amendment. None of this prevents or precludes the royalty for raising funds for charities that are other than IGRA. This is not an exclusive thing. They can raise money for whoever they want.
Number 2?
I'm coming. Hold on, I'm old. I don't have my slippers on this morning.
Randy Edlin, TGRA. I'd like to point out, I just pulled up the IGRA mission statement, supporting rodeo associations support their communities. IGRA achieves this mission by providing associations the tools to produce quality events, promoting in a positive way the LGBTQ country western lifestyle, and supporting amateur sportsmanship through participation, competition, and recognition. Nowhere in that mission statement does it say the charitable part of fund donations.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. This is for the amendment. Everybody understood that? Do I need to do it again? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Hand count, I believe the ayes have it, but let's do the hand count. For everyone in favor of the amendment, hold your hand up. Yeah, it's got it. Okay, all right, just give us a minute. You need to vote at the table. Are you at your current table? Everyone stay? Okay. What? Okay. What's the point of order? Just keep your hands up if you're voting. We're okay. Frank, that only has 3 of the 5 mission deals on that. But there's supposed to be 5 of them.
So keep your hands up.
Okay.
If your hands are up, we're going to count.
All right, sorry folks, they need to count again, please. All in favor say, oh, there you go, change your hand up. You didn't know we were doing exercise at our age. Helps out. You put your hands down. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, the amendment passes. Number 8. Go ahead. There- It was a statement.
So you pulled that back. Okay,
Yep.
that's fine. I just
Okay.
know it wasn't ruled on, and I
Yeah,
didn't.
it was a statement. Thank you, Jeannie. Okay. All right, hang on, we're gonna adjust and refresh. Yeah, it only lists the first 3. It's the 5th one. Sorry. I noticed that multiple times. Sorry if I would have told you if I. My phone's missing? Oh. Oh. Refresh, please.
Any discussion, back to discussion on the proposal as amended.
What do you call a happy cowboy? A Jolly Rancher. You're doing good. Okay, I have an easy one. Where do cowboys cook their meals? On the range. Now, I thought y'all would get that one. Okay. All right, so now we're back to discussion on the original proposal. I think was the bottom just editorial? Huh? Oh, recognizing Benjamin.
All right, so I also want to make an amendment that was brought to my attention by somebody else that came up and suggested it, and this is the amendment in D. You're not really copying the funds, but with documentation sent to the vice president. And it would need proper procedure of the secretary.
Need a motion. Oh, you made the motion? Second? Okay. Any discussion on just cleaning that up? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Perfect. All right. Refresh. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want me to go back? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, now we're back to the original discussion with. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well. Okay. No. But can I do the break in the caucus, or are they just caucus? Okay. All right. 10-minute caucus. Did that slip out of Ron? Time. Caucus has ended. Please come back to your seats. Nope. No.
And Candy, right before you go on break, you'll want to remake those announcements of who
I
was
will.
where.
Okay. Back in your seat, please. You notice that I've upgraded from the brick and hammer. How do people from the deep south hold up their pants? Oh, you ruined it. That's true. With a Bible belt. You can't let him look. Okay. All right, so now we're discussion on number 8. Wait, I did recognize you, and then he.
That needs to go.
Hang on a second, Chris. I said 8, and then. Okay, it's all right. So wait.
What's up?
So I actually recognize Gene, and I recognize Gene and Chris, and then maybe.
Hello. Okay, I'm learning this. Trey Brubaker, North Star. I'd like to propose an amendment first. Sorry, buddy. Am I doing this right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So after talking to everybody and getting kind of a consensus, it's more of looking for a way out. We all have good ideas, and we need to find a way of making everybody happy. And I think we're all on the same page. We just want everything. So I'm going to propose that we keep everything as committee has sent to us and add a minimum $500 requirement from each person on the royalty team, regardless of sash color, to be donated to charity as well. Everyone's already said that we want to, they're going to raise money on the side for charities. Now we're making them put money where their mouth is, or however that word is. If they say they're going to do it, now we just get to take credit for it as IGRA as an organization. So I guess my verbiage would be to,
Okay,
at the,
you need a second.
oh, thank you.
Okay. All right, no, go ahead. Go ahead and give your verbiage first, and then.
Okay, sorry.
And where, Trey, you'll have to.
I'm blind, sorry.
It's okay.
Support the mission. So after the words IGRA in bold, in placement of the stricken outline, we would add, I guess, a clarification, and I can get help with the wording if possible. In doing so,
What you
one
want
second.
is in item B is what you're asking for, and add another line.
It's item B.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. It's a teamwork here. So I'm looking to add to item B, since this is all one.
Can we have quiet, please, so he can
An
talk?
additional item, so below that, requiring $500 per team member, that way it doesn't matter what sash color, of $500 toward a charity of that team member's individual choice. I guess it would be like C or E or wherever, just another line item under section 2, I guess would be the case.
Because you got all the minimum requirements, so in addition to $500 for a child of their choice.
It'd be an extension of B. Thank you.
Can you say it again, Trey? Exactly how
Yes.
you want it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want a new paragraph, an inserted new paragraph C at following B?
Yes, that
Got
would
it.
be clearer,
Okay,
I
so
think.
give me the exact verbiage that you want, and I'll type away.
Mr., Miss, Ms., Ms.ter, IGRA, and runner-ups must raise a minimum of $500 per person to be donated through IGRA to a charity of each individual's choice.
Can you refresh, please? This is in addition to, though, right? You just need it added, so not a new B, just addition to B. Oh, okay, a new C, so then everything will go as C, D, and E. I know, but C, okay.
All right, so I guess if I've It's a new paragraph C. Don't worry about the lettering. Is this what you want as a new paragraph?
Correct, so it would be
Got it.
like
The
C
number, we'll fix
ultimately.
the letters. Don't worry about the letters, but yes, this
I
new
do like that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Go ahead. I actually have a question for Trey to clarify. Is this $500 in addition to their minimum requirements? So basically, they're going to do their minimum requirements for IGRA and then another 500 for a charity of their choice.
Absolutely, yes. That's why I wanted it as a separate paragraph, was to clarify that it's not a part of that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is the amendment in front of you now. Frank? Okay. Hang on, Gene. Trey, they're asking about, or Frank's making a friendly amendment to your amendment. Oh, wait a minute, he's not a delegate. I didn't. Okay. Hang on a second. We're going to go back to, is there a second to this to start? No, you made the deal. There has to be a second. Okay. All right. So now we'll go back in order. So now one.
As a common message.
And make sure you keep just kind of, don't hurt yourself, but just
Jack
keep
Morgan,
your paddles
CJRA.
up.
I'm not sure if this is in order or not. I think it is. I'm not sure if I can make this recommendation while this is being amended. But I would suggest this goes back to committee. We're going from A to D to B to, it sounds like there's more work, and it needs to go back to committee because it's not clear. If we were working on one particular sub point, it would be different, but we're going A, D, B, now back to C. You guys, this is taking up a lot of time on the convention floor to go on all these different bullets.
Number 11.
No.
11. No. Skip 11. Number 8. No. Nope. All right. Number 4 right there.
It's not an amendment or anything, but the way that's written is, doesn't make sense because per person to be donated to through the second two, I think editorial, take that out.
Okay. 7.
Brian Helander, NMGRA. I was also wondering if the chair would consider sending this back to committee for clarification, because we are doing a lot of sort of wordsmithing here.
Well, I had a motion to call for the vote. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, fine. Number 9. Is it a motion, Brian? I know, but I'm not. Number 9? No? Okay. Any other discussion on what we see? So we're talking about the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. The nays have it, so we're back to the original.
I'm coming, Laura.
Okay, back to the original. It'll just be with the, huh? You're calling for it? All right, I've had a call for the vote. Okay. Okay, we're back to the original. Okay. Oh, we're still in the 10 minutes. Okay, number 11.
Laura Scott, NGRA. I just want to reiterate one more time what Brian has been stating about being compliant with our 501c3. I think it's really important to think about that.
Number 5.
I just vote that we take this back to committee. It's taking too much time, and we need to fix the wording and all of that, so. I get that, but there still needs to be some clarification on what's already been decided, I think.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of this say aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, it passes. Okay, is there any other announcements? We're about to take a 15-minute break. So the ROC committee's outside. The bylaws is up front here. And the, wait a minute, hang on. The university's in the back corner. Contestant Liaison Committee didn't have a chance to meet yesterday, so we'll meet in the lobby for anyone interested during the break. Okay? All right, 15 minutes. Can everybody come back? You need to turn me back on. Please go back to your seats. Everybody ready? We're going to go a little out of order to allow David some time. So we recognize Laura Scott. I believe she's going to do 2 different reports, IGRA finals and the women's outreach.
Oh, I thought you told me you were going to let me wait on the women's outreach.
Oh, okay. She's going to do the IGRA finals then. She needs a little more time.
I did. It's fine. Thank you.
You're good.
Think of my own?
Howdy. Before I get into a very long list of thank yous and bring somebody up here, I want to get a little bit of business taken care of first. We have one proposal that was brought. The Finance Committee met on Friday, November 16th from 8:30 to 9:30. A total of 16 persons attended the meeting, 9 of which were voting members. A list of attendees is attached to this report. I want to thank the members of the committee for their input and help to complete the business of the committee. The committee considered the proposals that were received prior to the start of the meeting, as well as proposals introduced during the meeting. The proposals that were approved by the committee are attached to this report. The committee recommends adoption of this proposal. FIN 01.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh. Number 9.
So this proposal, oh, Lisa Smith, DSRA. So this proposal eliminates any kind of progression, correct?
Correct.
And it also means that every year the executive board could bring in 4 new rodeo assistants and director, or 4 new rodeo assistants every year. Is that correct?
Potentially, yeah.
Brand new ones? Okay, thank you.
I just want to say something quickly to that. It's been our experience over the past several years that although in theory we had hoped that this program would work, we have found out that it is not. That doing a progression of assistant rodeo directors to rodeo director to committee chair.
Number 2.
Okay, so I have a little bit of a question real quick because it's Tim Smith TGRA and it says, and a local association representative. And the reason I'm going to ask that is for like gay games, there wouldn't have been a local association representative, so that wouldn't hold us to having some type of another representative on that committee, would it?
This is just finals. Should.
Right. It's just finals? I mean, no, that's right. That's what I'm saying. But IGRA hosted the gay games, and there wasn't a local association. So if you were to put finals in an area that did not have association, would that hold us to still have to have another person on that committee?
Hang on. Go ahead.
Laura? I would like.
Turn on mics.
I would like to propose that we amend this to should.
One other question for you. This proposal eliminates the committee that's appointed by the executive board, so there is no committee anymore. The last sentence says additional committee appointees may be made by the chair and rodeo director. So if there's not a committee, that seems to conflict with each other. And I guess the way this is written, the Board of Trustees would have no oversight over the committee. Since
Okay. Someone needs to second it? Okay. All right, hang on a second. It's just an editorial. It should be should. The committee should. We have to have a second. Refresh, please. Do we have a second? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So we'll just do that. The people like it. Okay. Okay. All right. So any discussion on the amendment, which is just changing if available? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay. Refresh? Oh, no. Refresh. Okay, now we're back to discussion. Number 11. Oh. I'm good. You're good? Number 11.
I would like to propose a friendly amendment to strike the word association.
Because there may not be an association.
Refresh? Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah.
So that'll have to be changed.
Is there a second to that amendment? Second? Okay, hang on, let's get the amendment up there.
It should have been all
You ready to refresh? Oh, sorry. Well, how about the bottom one? Is that? Okay. Okay. So discussion on this amendment. Number 9.
Lisa Smith, DSRA. The reason the association word was put in was to give, if, for example, if you hold a finals in Scottsdale, AGRA is your association associated with that state, they need a representation, and associations need to be involved, and they need to also, they just need to be involved.
Somebody had brought up the idea that what if we have a finals in a state that doesn't have an association? This covers that.
It's not going to limit. It could.
You have if available, so what difference does it make?
Okay. Number 13.
Doreen Rue, Red River. I just want to point out that it's quite common and desired for nonprofits to have committee members that are outside of the actual organization. It brings that perspective, local expertise. So I think we want to make sure that we don't limit it just to our own group. And part of our goal is to reach out into the community. So I'm in favor of the amendment.
Number 15.
Kevin Hillman, UGRA. As I read this, and some people are worried about it being outside of an area that is covered by one of our associations, to me, it's very easy to look at that and say, you want somebody from that area of the country or that area to do it, you would just reach out to the closest association that could have somebody there. It wouldn't limit them to being kept within an area.
Number 9.
Cody Cade, DSRA. To what Doreen was saying, it's great to, I think it's great too to sometimes have outside people, but it doesn't limit it, even leaving association in there, it doesn't limit it that you can't have them, because it says additional committee appointees may be made by the chair and rodeo director. So other people from the community could also be involved. I'm opposed to taking out association.
Number 4.
Mark Boyd, AGRA. I am in favor of keeping association in, so I guess I'm against the amendment, because I do agree that if there is a local association, there should be a representative from that association. If there is not a local association, that's why we have if available, and then agreeing with DSRA, additional committee appointees may be made. So if you want a local representative that's not a part of association, that's covered by that part. But I do think if there is a local association, they should be involved.
Guy, do you want to leave it or any other discussion? Okay. Oh, number 1.
Robert Thurtell, CJRA. I'm opposed to removal of the word association in there because, the way it's written, it already allows for that. If we're in an area where there's a local association, it should be there. Could we please, as you consider this, think about World Gay Rodeo Finals and committee? Let the committee do their work. If IGRA is going to a location where there's not an association, trust me, the committee will reach out to local representation. We have done it for years. The committee needs to do their job. And we can do our job whether there's a local association or there's not. And I think removing the word is offending associations in areas that we may go to.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, All those in favor of removing association in this, please say aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. It fails. The word association stays in. Okay. Yeah. Tell me when you're ready. Refresh. Okay, discussion on the original motion. Any other? Number 11.
Hello? So if you want to keep it in there, I'm just going to recommend the editorial association is not a proper noun, please lowercase.
It is here. Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? Number 4. Yep, whoop, hang on. Benjamin's going to respond.
If anywhere in our rules that the word association is capitalized, that is a proper noun, and it refers to something much more specific than a generic association that you'd find anywhere else. Capital A for association does refer to our member and recognized association. So it has a very specific meaning in this context. So people often think, what does it matter if things are capital or not? If it's capital, it's a different entity than if it's non-capital. So even a very seemingly small thing like that can have a big consequence. So it is different here in this case.
Number 4.
RJ Michaels, AGRA. It's just an editorial in the second paragraph where it says working with the co-hosting association. The 2 after that should be removed also. So the sentence says the finals committee shall be responsible for, and then we have underlined working with the co-hosting association. The word 2 after that should be, yeah, paragraph B under duties. No. Paragraph B, yes.
Just the 2.
No, over to the right where the 2 is in the first sentence. Yeah, last word of the first sentence, the TO.
Refresh. Okay, any other discussion on number 3? Microphone for number 3. Well, you need to hold your numbers up longer where they can find you, sorry.
Just kind of as a point of order here, when you're the person that's sitting up there trying to type all that stuff and 5 or 6 people in the room are trying to direct where to go, it makes it worse and it makes it slower. So whoever's got the microphone can direct that, and everybody else, be quiet.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes.
Thank you very much. So now I get into the part where I get to thank some amazingly wonderful people. What I would like is if you were at Finals Rodeo and you volunteered, you were an official, you were a committee member, please stand up. I want to thank you all for everything that you did. You are in a resilient group of people, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please stand. If you were not at Finals Rodeo, please stand up. Go ahead. Please stand up if you were not at Finals Rodeo. Thank you. I hope I see you next year. I truly do. This year there were a lot of naysayers for this Finals Rodeo. I thank you for that. I thank you because what you did was you created a group of people that came together and kicked some ass. Whatever your reasons for not coming on board for this rodeo, Candy said it this morning. You're not hurting us, you're hurting IGRA. I want to thank all of our amazing sponsors this year. Tito's, Jack Daniels. Janet, thank you for bringing FedEx on. Mr. Longarm, Goat Ranch and Rescue, OK Corral, thank you. Cavan, Roundup. Some people that I want to thank who really came together, and I credit them with making this rodeo happen. Red River, you guys are amazing. TGRA, Mary Honeycutt, Carla Bryant, thank you for what you did for our all-arounds. James Lockery. I want to thank our assistant rodeo directors, Mac McMillan, Charles Hancock, Robin Cagle, and Wade Earp. David Hill, thank you. And you know why. And I'm going to bring up a man here who faced all of this adversity with his head held high. Your rodeo director for the 2018 World Gay Rodeo Finals, Marcus Boogie Hood. People said we couldn't. People said we wouldn't. People said we shouldn't. $1 at a time, we did it. And $17,788 later, we did. And if I could drop this mic, I would.
So here I'm going to jump in for a moment because I waited earlier to thank these amazing people, everyone that was involved and that helped this be a very successful rodeo despite everything that we endured. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. These two people, they believed in it. We all worked together and we made it a very positive figure. So thank you to the whole team and to these two individuals. Thank you.
Well, first I want to say that it takes a team, and these ladies here had already thanked everybody, and I'm not going to rehash that because everybody's on that team. They know how I feel about them. Yesterday in our meeting, Laura came to me a few months back and says, "Boogie, you need to write a speech." And I said, no, I don't want to write a speech because you know what? Half of it will come from heart and half of it's not. Being a rodeo director for all those in the room, directing that rodeo, putting it together should be fun. I mean, that's our time to shine, and that's our time to prove to everybody we know what we're doing. And from the very beginning of it, it was just a perfect storm, if you will, with the struggles that Candy went through, the struggles that myself and the team went through. And every time we step forward, it's like we got knocked back 5 or 6 steps. And there are times where I said, you know what, is it really worth it? And back in my head was no, but you know what? I'm not a quitter. I wanted to stand fast, and I wanted to prove to those that wanted us to fail, we could do it. It doesn't matter if we made $1, we profited, okay? So,
like a true treasure.
and, I never gave up. And I want to, say thank you to the people in my household because they got the brunt of it When I'd be mad, aggravated, I took it out on them. And they stood beside me and they said, you know what, it's okay. You'll get through it. I called Candy Pratt, been out of shape. Boogie, don't worry about it. We'll get through it. And we did. We absolutely did. And it was the team that pulled me through. You know, there were some times where we disagreed. There was times that I had to have those tough conversations, not only with, you know, Wade, but with Candy as president. You know, we have to be able to do that. There was a lot of people that I leaned on, and, you know, again, you know, from the bottom of my heart, for those that believed in me and believed in the team, thank you. It's all for y'all and the contestants that came. Thank you, David. You know, you were a rock. I know many times you asked whatever you could do that you would be there, and I bounced things off of you, and you know, thank you for that. So, you know, again, I challenge the board for 2019 not to set up those barriers for the 2019 committee. Support them, because without them, we're nobody. You know, the contestants don't have a place to go. And at the end of the day, you know, we need to be profitable so we can continue doing what we do, and that's rodeoing. So again, thank you all. I certainly appreciate it. I'm gonna get off of here, so.
Okay, I have one last thing of business. Compete Magazine has been with us, I believe, since 2015. And every year they do the PD Awards, and IGRA gets a PD Award. And they came to me and they said, okay, who do you believe is your outstanding volunteer? Who do you believe is the person that displays what IGRA truly is, personifies what IGRA is? And there was only one person that came to mind who I believe encompassed everything about IGRA, and that is Mipsy Michaels. Thank you very much.
Nope, you want to take your stuff?
Oh, thank you.
You still need time? Huh? Are you ready? You need more time? Defer. Brian, are you ready for your reports? He still needs a little time, but I can move to somebody else if you need a little time. Well, you have several altogether. Well, the first one is animal issues, health and safety, or they have them back to back on here, but I can move things around if you need help. Yes? What? Wait, Jeannie did you have a question? Oh, sorry, we had the wrong name on there. I apologize. You want to come do the animal issues? I apologize.
Makes my head spin. Yeah, next writer. Denise, you have a microphone, right? You need the mic. I am just the messenger. I'm going to try to make this in English. Animal issues and concerns met yesterday, Friday, November 16th at 9:30, with 9 associations represented and 7 voting members. They spoke about stock contractors bringing in animals and disregarded the safety of the animals. Again, I'm the messenger, example Santa Fe. Communication is key to good stock. The committee explained the stock contracts, our rodeo events, and our stock requirements. Key to getting the right stock for your rodeo to avoid association fines is to get your selected shoot coordinator or possibly the shoot coordinator chair to get involved to help you make sure the right stock is available for your rodeo. Committee adjourned at 10:30, respectfully submitted.
Any questions? Thank you. Brian, I have health and safety and public relations. We can split them if you want. If you want to do one and then do the other one, or if you're ready for both. Okay.
Thank you, Candy. The Health and Safety Committee met, and we have a report. We talked about general items, and they're listed in the report. I won't go through them. There was a fair amount of discussion on general safety issues and concerns across the rodeos. We did have one proposal that came from the health side of the Health and Safety Committee, and if we can bring that up. People wanted to include marijuana smoking in this, but that was voted down. So this is our proposal from the health side of the Health and Safety Committee.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to have to get the paddle up there. 11.
I was just going to suggest that the word "the" go at the end there with the local smoking ordinance.
I think it was the intention of the committee to comply with all ordinances, so I think pluralizing the word ordinance would probably correct that.
Refresh, please.
Any questions?
Any objection? Well, I think it's editorial rather than amendment, or any objection to this amendment? Too bad. Okay, the amendment's accepted then. All right, so on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, passed.
We'll include marijuana next year.
Okay, now we need public relations up, please. Frank, can you bring public relations up, please?
I did submit a report. I'll just give a quick verbal report. The Public Relations Committee did meet. We had a robust discussion about the differences between public relations and marketing, and issues related to public relations over the last year. We reminded ourselves that public relations consisted of continuing to create and maintain good, positive relationships with people outside of IGRA and present a positive image for IGRA. So we stayed in our lane and stuck to public relations as it relates to the public relations and marketing efforts of IGRA. Other than that, I have nothing. There were no recommendations.
Any questions for Brian? Thank you. Chuck, would you like to do your trustees report?
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank you, thank the 2018 Royalty team, and congratulations to the 2019 Royalty. Wishing you all a successful journey this year. Thank you to all the trustees this last year for trusting me as your trustee chair, and to the vice chairs for your work. The trustees did encounter a few interpretation situations this year, and we resolved those. The trustee chairs reviewed the websites of associations hosting rodeos at 100 days to assist in compliance, and again at 70 days in a drive to assist and educate our associations. There was a suggestion that a document be created that would summarize these requirements to simplify the task for our associations, because they're kind of spread out all over in the documents. At our sanctioned rodeos, your trustees completed their assignments as review trustees, checklist trustees, and safety trustees. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
David Lawson will give the contestant liaison report.
If it's short. No. So hi, I'm David Lawson. I'm here to talk about contestant liaison, and I think they're loading it right now. I thought we'd go to lunch first, to be honest. Oh, really? So can we do it after? Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Bye.
I know. I did check with him first, y'all. I'm just going to tell you. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch now. I'm going to give you 1 hour. How's that?
Hello, everybody. On your way out, we have a card to whether you want the meatloaf or the chicken. So please grab one so they'll know what to put down at your table when you go. So no, we aren't doing. That's not ours on the other side. Ours is out here. Tina right here has the card, so get them from her right at the door.
Okay, I'm gonna say something, and this goes with the job. Sometimes there's very uncomfortable moments. Earlier, something was done that made several of us uncomfortable, including me. And what I want to say to everyone that happened to is that your presence here shows me how committed you are to IGRA, and I thank you for it. I think Laura wanted to say something, so I'm going to allow it.
I do want to say something. I, like Candy, do appreciate you being here because I do see your heart. Sometimes when we stand in a group of people, we know how to say things, we know what to say. When we get up on that podium, our hearts don't always meet our mouths, and we say the wrong things. My intention was not to embarrass anybody by my words. It wasn't to call anybody out. It was truly to say, I hope that I see you next year. That is my hope for every rodeo. But because I was the committee chair and I'm working on finals next year, it is my hope that I see you. And from my heart, I am sorry if those words hurt you, and I know that they did, and I apologize for that.
Amy, you ready? I'm going to slot you in since you asked. Hall of Fame. Report.
Okay, there may be a couple of you that don't know me. I'm Amy Griffin, Hall of Fame Committee Chairperson. The bulk of what you're going to see from this year's work product of the Hall of Fame, you will see tomorrow afternoon. But first, today, we'd like to recognize the existing members of the Hall of Fame that are present here this weekend. And if you, ladies and gentlemen, could please come up to the front. Come on, don't be shy. You know who you are. Chuck, get up. Thank you, gentlemen and, oh, lady, okay. So we had a meeting yesterday. 12 people representing 10 associations attended the meeting. By nature, the majority of this committee's work, which is year-round, is confidential until we publicize it after lunch tomorrow. This year, 4 people will be inducted, which will bring our total number of Hall of Fame members to 48. 2/3 of which are living, 1/3 are deceased. For at least the 4th year in a row, the results were achieved in a single vote, meaning there were no runoffs. And for those of you that were here last year, which is most, I told you last year that we were approaching 1,000 years of experience, and this year's inductees bring the total number of gay rodeo experience years by Hall of Fame members to 1,075. That's an average of about 23 1/3 years per person. There are people that have been inducted that were involved very briefly but made significant impacts, as well as people who have spent decades doing this. But that's, I think, an exceptionally impressive number. So historically, we have strived to have the committee be comprised of members who had a very solid sense of IGRA history. And the current committee is myself, Roger Bergman, Candy Pratt, Michael Vrooman, and Patrick Terry, which is, a pretty diverse group. We have experience in a lot of different areas, together and individually. And we have a combined number of years of gay rodeo experience and involvement of 147. My report says 146, but Mr. Bergman corrected me on a date that I had wrong, so it's actually 147. which is over 29 years per person. It's a lot. Several years ago, Bryn Geerdes came to the board and said, you know, I have a softball Hall of Fame ring. I'd really like a rodeo Hall of Fame ring. And the board agreed to that happening. They allowed her to do the work to make that a reality. The way the process works is that first you have to have a set of shanks made, which is the sides of the rings. And it's really expensive. So she had the women's shanks made, and to date, 4 women's rings have been produced. It was one of my goals this year to accomplish that for the men's ring. North American men average ring size is 8.5 to 12. Unfortunately, one set of shanks does not fit all. So there's a size that fits 8.5 to 12, and then there's another size that fits larger than 12. So I went with what would appear to be the more popular sizes, and we have had shanks built for the men's ring for size 8.5 to 12. This cost about $570, and we were exceedingly fortunate to have that sponsored by an individual. So without that, this wouldn't be happening. Now, at this point, any member of the Hall of Fame, past, current, or future, who has a ring size smaller than 12 can order a ring at their own expense. Bryn worked literally for years on this project, so I'd like to publicly thank her again for taking this on and seeing it to its relative conclusion. So if anybody's interested in ordering a ring, or if any of your association members that are in the Hall of Fame are interested, send them my way and I can get that taken care of. So there's a nomination form on each one of the association tables here, and I'd like to urge you all to seriously consider making nominations. There are a tremendous number of deserving individuals that may not have been nominated yet. So look around this room, look around your association, look at Roger and Frank's GayRodeoHistory.org site, which is just an incredible wealth of information about our history, and really give that some serious thought. While it doesn't typically happen, you can actually nominate yourself. 2 associations that I'm aware of have programs to honor their local association members who have made significant contributions locally. TGRA has a Hall of Fame. Colorado has a lifetime member, right, guys? Lifetime member, which basically is the same thing. It's very difficult to get. We encourage local associations to consider developing these sorts of programs as a way to recognize your local members who have contributed significantly at the local level. I'd like to thank again everybody that participated on Friday. I think we had a really, really good meeting, and as well as Roger, Candy, Michael, and Patrick for their work throughout the year. Lonnie LaBelle, while she has more or less retired from rodeo, continues to provide us with her editing skills, which is much appreciated, and Frank Harrell, who does amazing things with not just the IGRA website, but the Hall of Fame area of the website, to the point that once the inductions are completed tomorrow, the new inductees' information will be on the website instantaneously. So I encourage you all to have a look at the site, look and see who's there, think about who's not there, and that's pretty much it.
Any questions for Amy? Thank you, Amy. David, if you're ready, I'll go back to the contestant liaison.
So I'm David Lawson, contestant liaison, and Janet Stange, also contestant liaison. And I'd like to just start out by saying it's really an honor to be the contestant liaison, and I appreciate having had this position. And this position means a lot to me because in the last few years, I feel like we've grown together and strengthened bonds between officials and contestants and royalty. And so I like having that opportunity to do that, and I thank you for it. We did not meet yesterday for a committee meeting because we're rodeo rules chairs, and we kind of had business to take care of there. So we did just have a little get-together outside in our 15-minute break earlier, just bounce some ideas off of one another, and we plan on meeting a little more in the future, but we don't have any actionable items to present anyway. So who are we? I already introduced myself and Janet, but this year also as contestant liaisons out at our rodeos, we had Mark Larson, Deb Freeman, and Greg Begay. What are we? So I just took out of the rodeo rules. An IGRA contestant liaison will be appointed by the IGRA president prior to the beginning of each rodeo year. The IGRA contestant liaison is responsible for designating 2 contestant liaisons for each rodeo, one for rough stock events and one for arena events. You guys might recognize this if you were here last year. This is when we put that in. One of these 2 contestant liaisons will also be the designated contestant liaison to represent all contestants during the rodeo. We put that in last year. What are we? We're a conduit between contestants and rodeo officials. For example, arena coordinator setup, rodeo reviews. We don't take the rodeo reviews, but we might help somebody find, this is how you do it. We might kind of advise right there. We might go with the shoot crew coordinator if there's concerns about animals. We might have to help if a health and safety issue happens. Just various different concerns happen. We're there, and we're there whichever way the information needs to flow. If it's a problem from an official that we need to put out toward contestants, we're there. If it's a contestant that needs to speak with an official, we're there. Not only are we here to bring forward contestant concerns, but we're also here to guide contestants in positive aspects. For example, we're at the new contestant meetings. We might help if a new contestant doesn't have a partner. We might say, hey, this person's looking, that person's looking, because as a new person, you might not know. Helping with clarification of rules, point out opportunities for increased involvement, and bridge relationships between contestants and royalty. Okay, so last year I had an idea. We had in 2016, we had some pretty significant problems at our rodeos concerning the ground. Very significant. Cost us contestants coming back, cost us a horse. We had issues. We got to improve our ground. As tends to happen in our association, when we have a problem, we try to solve that problem by creating a rule. You cannot create a rule for good ground. It's just impossible. You can try, but it can't happen. So rather than create a rule, I had an idea. Let's make an incentive. So that's where I came up with the idea for the Best Footing Award. It's not something that is just exclusive to IGRA. The Women's Professional Rodeo Association has it sponsored by Justin Boots. It's called the Justin Boots Best Footing Award. And so I thought, well, let's steal that. So we stood up here, and it was not an official IGRA sanctioned anything. It was, as the contestant liaisons, I challenge us to raise $1,000 for a Best Footing Award. And then that money would be awarded to the association that was voted to have the best footing for their next year to be put back as added money in a horse-related event. Okay? So I'm just going to go ahead and give the results because that's probably what everybody really wants to hear, besides me talking.
Tell them what we raised.
So Originally, we charged ourselves with raising $1,000. Thank you to everyone who, basically we passed the hat after the rodeos, after awards, and we passed the hat, and if you put money into that, thank you so much, because that $1,000 that we wanted to raise, we raised $2,500. And I have to give a lot of props to Janet, because Janet was at every rodeo this year. So, and it really means a lot that this was important to everybody. It was important enough that you all jumped behind it. From the aspect of added money, if you don't believe that added money is important in our rodeo association, I'm here to tell you, just over this, nobody knew it was $2,500, just over the $1,000. I got beat up over it, let me just tell you. And if you don't believe that adding money adds interest, you're kidding yourself, because it definitely does. Okay, so the way that we figured out how would be best, most beneficial and fair, and in relation to how other rodeo associations, WPRA, we modeled it after theirs. I called them up. I didn't just do this myself. I called up WPRA and said, how do you award your best footing awards? Well, we vote. Okay, but you have small rodeos and big rodeos. And she said, sir, that's life. And okay, that's how we're going to do it. We're going to vote. So I went through the standings and wrote down every person that competed in a horse-related event, meaning speed events and roping events. It had to be, yeah. So I'm just going to show you. This is how technical this all was. In my tack room at the barn, writing down everybody's name that showed up in our standings from our website, and started calling every single person. And I gave the option, you could give a 3, 2, or a 1, 3 being the best. You did not have to award. If you went to a rodeo and didn't think the ground was good, you didn't have to give them anything. But you could only give 3 points, 2 points, 1 point. You couldn't give a 3, 3, and a 3. Understand what I'm saying? Okay. So I went through, and my intent last year when we started this was that to put this added money into our rodeo economy this year, in 19. Award it now so that in 19 it's prize money. I did not take into consideration every other year rodeos, and that was my fault. And it was pointed out, you collected money at an every other year rodeo. They gave money, they need to be eligible for the award. Okay. So that's where, if you see the green and then you see the check marks, the green's what I had called, and then it was a no crap. Got to call them all back and tell them, include everybody. Okay. I did the best I could to contact everybody that was on that list. And as far as I know, only 3 people didn't call me back. The 3 people that didn't call me back, I messaged on Facebook. I used every avenue I could use, okay? The results. The results, I'll cut to the chase here. The results are, by vote, Palm Springs, Bay Area, Denver, and then 4th place was Minneapolis. Before you start throwing things at me, I want to tell you that the Bay Area chapter, of which I'm the president, of which I worked the ground, to take me out of the hot seat, we are forfeiting our prize money, and we're going to drop it down, because if anything, I am fair, and I'm not going to get called not fair. So I would like to thank our chapter for taking me out of the hot seat. And I just want everybody to know that when you look at numbers, you can look at it several different ways. We went by just votes, the number of points the associations received. Okay, fine. That was the 4 associations I just mentioned. Then I thought, well, what about a percentage of the points they could have received? Would that make it more fair? It was the same 4. It was maybe a different order, but it was the same 4. So I think that points out a little bit of validity there. To answer to the big rodeo, small rodeo, all of that, as far as horse contestants, you have to be a little bit careful because it's not the number of horses that were there. It's the horse contestants that were there. And like Bay Area, we had 16 people. But those 16 people used all their votes and gave all their votes. So that's how we ended up in second place. Bay Area, for example, we received a 94%. So I'm just trying to prove that we were fair, whatever. I think I'm just going to shut up now. So anyway, Palm Springs, you will receive $1,000 that will be used at your rodeo in 2019 that will go to added money in a horse, in speed events or roping and or whatever. Denver, you will receive $750 that will be added as prize money for a horse-related event. And I would like to point out that's pretty significant considering the problem that we had 2 years ago and then how good it was this year. So thank you for your effort, and thank you Jeffco for their effort. Minneapolis, North Star, you will receive $750 that will be used as added prize money in your rodeo. So while they're handing that out, this award did generate a lot of change, and maybe we can use this in the future rather than every time we have a problem make a rule about it. Maybe we can incentivize ourselves and come up with other awards, Rodeo of the Year, Stock Contractor of the Year, and come up with this stuff that incentivizes productivity and positivity instead of, oh my God, another rule change. Okay? Thank you again for the opportunity to be your contestant liaison.
Did anybody have any questions for David? Yes, he is. Okay, so this was a fantastic. Oh, did you say one?
Certainly.
Yes.
If
Okay.
I'm appointed contestant liaison.
Yes. Okay, so folks, this was a great program that David came up with, and I applaud him for doing all this work and getting through this and working it out, and I thank the Bay Area for what they did too. That was very, very nice. So thank you to all the contestant liaisons. They've done a wonderful job this year. Are you? Okay. We'll do social media and a little bit of marketing next. There's just probably one for social media only.
Well, hi. How are y'all doing? All right, so before I start this, I want to give you all my email address just so you can take it back to your organizations, just so if you guys are having a royalty show or a competition or the rodeo itself, you can send me an email with the pictures you want posted, and I will be happy to post it on all of IGRA's social media sites. So that email is going to be the_chicken_nugget@yahoo.com. So original, I know. So the social media committee met on Friday, November 16th, 2018 from 3:04 p.m. to 3:52 p.m. A total of 13 persons attended the meeting, 10 of which were voting members. A list of attendees is attached to this report. And I also want to thank the members of the committee for their input and help to complete the business of that committee. The committee discussed the impact on social media as a whole towards this organization, going over statistics of the reach our posts are getting. We also discussed making a purpose for what should be posted on which Facebook page, with IGRA having 4 different pages, which is the IGRA main Facebook page, the team IGRA page, the IGRA University page, and then the World Gay Rodeo Finals Facebook page. So as I said, there's my email if you guys have anything you would like to send me. No proposals, thankfully, were made and respectfully submitted. Chicken nugget. Yes, sir. Yahoo. You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay, it's the_chicken_nugget @yahoo.com. Yahoo. Yahoo.com. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you guys so much, and I hope I make you guys happy in the 2019 year.
Thank you. You know, I'd said that earlier. Chicken Nugget has done a fantastic job, so please use him for all your social media needs. I'll make sure I write that or say that the right way. So we really we did not have a marketing chair this year, and we kind of have struggled to find that replacement. So I implore you that if anybody has any marketing experience or knows of anyone that is interested, that, you know, reach out to whomever runs this show in 2019, because that's something that we struggle with. We do the best that we can, but on the marketing side, I myself reached out to a lot of the big companies and did get some response, but I'm certainly not trained in marketing. You know, Buck does a great job on to help out with that, and he does a great job for the World Gay Finals. And so that's just something that we need to move forward with and really look for someone to fill that position. How about Roger, are you ready to do the archives?
I think Candy selected me because I'm as old as the archives, and John Beck's in there too. Bear with me. This is my first time with glasses too. Anyway, we met on Friday morning. We had 5 people in attendance. I'd like to thank them for being there. Mostly we talked about things that have happened the past year. At the February board meeting in Phoenix, the board approved a committee recommendation that we donate some of our items to an organization called One Archives, One National Gay and Lesbian Archives at the USC Libraries. It's part of the University of Southern California library system. And as we scan documents, we will be sending some of those over there. We'll be keeping some within our own storage unit for possible future donation to a dreamed of gay rodeo museum. Maybe that will happen someday, we'll see. And I also want to first thank Frank Harrell and his past husband, Tom Lott, for their many years of storing all of the archives in their home. Really appreciate that. And the work that Frank did in starting the GayRodeoHistory.org website, which is now controlled, I guess is the word, by the Brian's organization. I always forget the Gay and Lesbian Rodeo Heritage Foundation. They are now controlling that. Frank is still the webmaster on it, but it's under the name of their organization. The Autry Museum, we donated some things to them back in 2009. We had a controversial issue show up when Frank Harrell tried to go there to get some copies of some things that had accidentally been sent to them before we made sure that we kept those records ourselves. It turns out that they were undergoing a major remodel at the time, and so none of those records were available. Everything was like buried in the basement. But I've opened up a communication with them again, and they hope that at some time in the future we may consider donating some things to them, and that's a possibility. We'll see how things go in the future. During this, I don't know if some of you remember Rebecca Schofield. She attended several rodeos in 2016 and the convention in Austin, Texas, to do oral interviews. And she's moving forward with that and hopes that by February some of those will be posted online. Also, Rebecca and one of the archivists at the Autry are going to be in charge of a program in Las Vegas next October for the Western History Association. And just this week they sent me an email asking if I would participate in a panel discussion about archives for smaller communities. There's going to be 6 people on the panel. One is from Boise, Idaho, I believe it was, small community. Another was from an Asian library system. And we're the only international organization, but we are also a small community when you look at us overall. So I might be in that panel. We haven't worked out all the details yet. This last year we received a few donations. One came out of quite a surprise from the Nevada City area of Northern California. 2 GSGRA members had moved up there, and their neighbors had attended some of the National Reno Gay Rodeos prior to the existence of IGRA, and they had video footage of one of those rodeos, which they sent, and Frank has that posted now on the GayRodeoHistory.org website. That's one of the videos there. We also received, via the Nevada Gay Rodeo Association's post office box, 6 event belt buckles from the 1981, 82, and 83 National Reno Gay Rodeos. A short letter with the buckles indicated that the buckles were won by Randy Gray, who was living in the Sacramento area. The buckles had been sent to NGRA by a woman living in Fallon, Nevada, whose husband competed in PRCA rodeos, and he had helped train Randy to ride in the gay rodeo. After Randy passed away, his mother gave the buckles to her husband, Gene Young. I was able to track down the woman's phone number and called to thank her. Sandy Young is an 80-year-old woman still training horses, and she told me a story, expanded on the story about the buckles. Randy Gray and her husband were best friends since grade school. When Randy heard about the when Randy heard about the gay rodeos, he asked his best friend Gene to teach him how to ride a bucking horse. There was a country western bar in Sacramento with a bucking bull, and they got permission to go in and train when the bar was closed. Randy got good enough that he decided to enter the Reno rodeos, and he won some buckles every year. Finally, in 1984, Randy won the all-around buckle. Sandy's not sure which magazine had a story on the gay rodeo that year, but she believes it was Newsweek or Time magazine. The front cover of the magazine had a picture of Randy wearing her husband's chaps. Her husband's name was Gene Young, and printed on the chaps were his initials with a 5-pointed star between the letters. The article said how great it was that Randy was so out that he had printed gay on his chaps. When her husband read the article, all he had to say was, "Oh dear." Anyway, in front of Frank's computers are the 6 buckles that we got. They're pretty basic buckles from back in the 1981, 82, 83. We also have a buckle that I received from CGRA from the 2017 Finals Rodeo for the Mister that was not awarded. And there is also a shirt over there from the Colorado Rodeo team. That was Wayne Giacchino's team shirt. And it's pretty special. They just donated that this afternoon. I want to thank them for that donation. One other thing I don't have in here is that IGRA is a 501c3 organization. If you donate money to the organization or you donate items, like when you take something to the thrift store, you can get a receipt for that. If you're still itemizing taxes and you've got some belt buckles that you say, "I'm never going to wear those," if you want to donate them to IGRA, you can get a receipt for reducing your taxes as a charitable donation. And when you go back to your organizations, please remind people that the archives is here. We're trying to get a complete set of rodeo programs. If you go to the gayrodeohistory.org website, you'll see programs that are missing. And thank you for your donations in the future. And as you get time on a break, go over and look at the buckles and the shirt. Any questions? Thank you.
Jeffrey, do you want to come up now, or do you want to defer?
Good afternoon. Okay, somebody's awake. The rest of you are a little sleepy. Do me a favor, and if you have been ever trained in any of the certified official programs, would you stand for a moment, please? Past or current? Pretty small group. Now, these are just the people who have been trained in certified programs. Thank you. You could sit down. Would you stand up if you've ever been trained in your member association doing any of the board positions? A board member of an association in your home city? Or untrained? Been called to do it, trained or untrained? Bigger number, but still not the whole room. Please have a seat. Thank you. Please stand if this is your very first year participating in rodeos and you've never been trained in anything at all. Hey, they're out there, folks. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It takes guts to admit that, but you know what? Even when people stand up and they've been trained, there's a lot of stuff that we still can learn, and there's a lot of stuff that we can still know. And it has been a challenge for university these last couple of years because the breadth of this organization several years ago was the number of new people involved in their associations was half the room. This year, we don't have as many new people in the room, which could cause some concerns of its own, but let's focus on what we need to know and what we need to do. We have a lot of requests still for university to provide people first level knowledge of how to do a rodeo. People who want to know exactly what is going on and how to pull something off. We have rodeo directors that are being asked to run rodeos that have never done it before. Not only that, but some of them who really hadn't attended any rodeos before, so they're running blind. And we as an association have a responsibility to try and help each other so that we can do the number one thing that we all feel is appropriate for this organization, and that is to raise money for our charities in the local associations. And it's important. So university met, and thank you to the 7 people representing the 6 associations that came to our meeting to find out what was going on. And what was great was it was a 50-50 split of people who had attended universities to people who were brand new to their organizations coming in, and they said, ooh, I've never heard of IGRA University. What is that? So we talked a little bit about our history and how it came about our desire as an association to have stronger member associations, to teach us how to do better board work, to teach us how to understand committees, to teach us how to understand the responsibilities of the Robert's Rules of Order and how to conduct good meetings and how to debate without being volatile and how to come to agreement and come to good rules that make safe rodeos, something that our association has always prided itself on. We then discussed what are some of the things that we want to see going forward. And I have explained to them that we had some challenges these last 2 years. And one of those challenges is the last university event we held had 16 students. And it's very hard to do a full weekend event, cost effective, with instructors that know what to teach for 16 students. So we asked the board to please allow us to take a year off and regroup and figure out what's going on. So in 2018, we did not have a university. And I again came to the board and asked in 2019 to again hold off because we're now looking at a way of making university a little bit more universal. In today's technology, we should be able to do the level 1 training. What is IGRA? What is a rodeo event? What are officials? What are the programs? In an online training environment. So we're looking at doing that, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to take an organization that's been very book and paper heavy for many, many years and turn it into something that's digital. You can do it great with pictures, but that doesn't always give you the content that we want to have somebody walk away with, knowing what's going to happen and knowing that these people are walking away understanding what are the correct rules, what are the correct ways of handling a rodeo or sponsorship or marketing or any of the other aspects of what we do as an association. So we are in the middle of doing all that. And I am one of those committee members. I have a group of key people that have been very supportive and have offered their help many times. But I don't talk to anybody in the year between conventions very frequently. This year, it can't do that. This year, we need participation from the member associations because the volume of work that we have to do to make sure that curriculum is curriculum, to make sure that you as an organization are okay that what we are putting out there for people to learn about us is accurate, is well received, is well presented, and is testable. Something that we can walk away with where an online organization can take the video that's watched, they know who watched it, they give a little quiz at the end of it, and they track the scores so that we can see how people are doing and what they're going through. These things take more than one humble person's involvement to make it work. So I am asking for those of you who have a passion for education, a passion for learning, a passion for teaching, a passion for administration, any of the above. There are things that can be done to help this effort. And next month, I will be working on putting out there in project formats what I can use the help with. And I will be more than happy to accept a breadth committee that will do during the year work so that by 2020, we can have another university event, but people will already have gone through the first level training, which they can do online. And when we have our university event, we can do the advanced level training and help those of you here who have been through university before, who have been through rodeos before, learn something else that you would like to learn. So the committee did look through a couple of things, and in order to keep things taken care of, we did have a proposal that we are bringing to the floor for you today that we would like your consideration on.
Oh, that's the one. Okay. 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 Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the committee for their work and their interest and their support and some really great feedback. And I know that university has a strong place in the future of this organization. I will also say that we need to have a place to hold a university in 2020 January. So if an association out there would like to have university come to your city, 2019 will be a build year for us, and I will take all the help I can get. And in 2020, we will have our next social event in the month of January in a city to be determined. And those requests and applications can come to me as the university chair, or they can be sent to the Board of Trustees, and they will be reviewed at our next meeting. Please talk to me if you would like to know what our needs are for the event as far as rooming space. It's much like a convention because we need to have the teaching rooms. But we would love to be able to support the organization, help us grow, help you bring your new members in to learn more about rodeo, both how to do it, as well as how to do the auxiliary things that you do in your community. And we would love to be able to help in the future, making sure that rodeo schools have what they need to pull off good teaching techniques with playing in the dirt. So thank you for your time, and I hope you guys are having a great weekend.
Any questions for Jeffrey? Guy, are you gonna, each one of these, okay, that's fine. Jeannie, are you ready, or Denise, are you ready? Or are you doing, is she doing both? I know. I did wonder about that.
She has to answer all the questions, so.
Okay.
Oh, it's Serena, it's a combined meeting.
Okay.
We're gonna get you out of here quick.
The arena directors.
I got it.
Frank, do you have a report for arena directors? It's all right.
This was a joint meeting of the arena directors, shoot coordinators, and arena crew coordinators. This meeting basically served a dual purpose as a meeting and a seminar for the committee attendees. Introductions of all members in attendance to help with content for the meeting was held to start. The committee met on Friday. There were 11 attendees and 7 voting associations. Discussion ensued on the following topics. Controlling how many people are behind the chutes. For example, friends, media, and folks taking pictures. The banning of cell phone usage behind the chutes during running of the events. Appropriate attire behind the chutes. Adding the buddy pass do's and don'ts to the new contestant meeting regarding expectations. Is also to have these folks attend the new contestant meeting, both the buddy and the contestant. These were just suggestions. We didn't make any motions to bring them before this body. Additional rules reviewed, shortening the requirements for certification. This was done at last year's convention, and an explanation was given on this by Denise. Suggestion that rodeo schools be eligible for certification requirement signatures. We determined at this time it was not possible. And this is an editorial change. The arena crew requirements need to be removed from the chute certification requirements and moved to the arena director certification requirements. Respectfully submitted.
Any questions? And you have no action items, right? Okay. Thank you, Jeannie.
Thanks.
Jack and Tom, are y'all ready? It'd be the judge's lead, or the judges. Frank, can you bring up the judges?
Good afternoon. My name is Jack Morgan, for those of you that don't know me, which I'm not sure is anybody, and Tom Sheridan. We co-chaired the Judges Committee again this year under the appointment of Candy. We had our seminar yesterday, and there was 9 participants present, representing 5 associations. Can you roll, Frank? The following list is the list of the current judges. As you can see, we have 9 judges, and we have 1 student judge that will continue, will be evaluated after this convention, and has been requested to move from a student judge to a rookie judge. As you can see, we are a little strapped for judges again. We thought we had a couple people in the program, and they've fizzled out. So we look forward to anyone that shows interest in the program, and would love to have some additional judges. Right now, there are currently 9 certified judges. You'll see some proposals in a minute here. The Friday meeting, we discussed basically in the rodeo, the positioning of judges in the arena and the consistency. One of the things we talked about was chute dogging. No rule changes I don't know of right now, but the positioning. And we talked about, we keep the rule kind of vague because the last few years we were strapped about where the judge had to be positioned on the hinge or the latch side. The way the rule was written, and we thank you from last year, it gives us some flexibility to be able to move. We talked about the finish judge, whistle and finish judge being on the hinge side of the gate, which we didn't want to change partway through last year, but we discussed on our conference calls, because what happens is that when you have a 3 or 5 second chute dog, it's almost impossible to get around the front of the steer, especially if it spins, to get an accurate time. And as you can know, a lot of times in chute dogging, a position can be separated by 1/100th of a point. So we're going to work on that this year on the hinge side and have better flexibility. So you might see repositioning throughout the year so that we can come up and then be consistent to give the contestant the best possible times. So that was a big part of discussion. One We also talked about the consistency of judges' calls. We'll have some statistics here in a second. Hopefully everybody felt there was more consistency. I know it wasn't perfect. Tom and I know it wasn't perfect, but it was certainly better than it has been. And in my opinion, I hope you feel the same way, and we will continue to work on that. We had our quarterly calls, both with all certified judges and then with student judges separate. We had a total of about 136 hours of training educational conference calls last year. So a significant time, and I want to thank all the judges and student judges and people that were interested in listening in those calls, which was open to anybody, because I think that we made some great strides in consistency and continuing education. And we also talked about why student judges, the question came up, why student judges can't finish flag calf roping on foot. And we talked about just the speed that happens, that 0.5 seconds to 3 seconds, and all the things you have to watch for in sequence, and why we have student judges standing with us so they can kind of see that. Whereas on some of the horseback events, breakaway, team roping and stuff, you have a little bit more time to make decisions, but when you're on calf roping on foot, it's pretty quick to watch for those events. We have a proposal, JDU01. If you can bring that up, Frank. It's merely just a title change or a name change, however you want to look at it, administrative, but to change a head judge to lead judge. We just feel that we have a great judging team, and that lead judge kind of has the same indications, the same kind of application of who to go to or who is in charge of the judges for questions or paperwork or anything like that. We just felt head judge is kind of outdated. I think that when we had 20, 30 judges and there was much more of a sense of hierarchy, maybe that was important, but this just kind of makes it everybody on the level playing field. Just a name change, and we'd appreciate if you would approve that. I don't know if you want to.
Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes.
Thank you. We greatly appreciate that. I'd also like to take this time to just thank everybody, all the judges and all the officials and all the contestants, spectators, sponsors. I felt this year was an excellent year. And we have a short presentation we want to conclude or kind of talk before Tom and I take questions, but greatly appreciate everyone's efforts in here.
Do you have the presentation, Frank? Do you have the presentation? PowerPoint? Any questions?
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Everyone be seated, please. Everybody ready? Rolling right along. Next is budget. David's finally ready, so Frank, if you can bring up the budget.
Okay, the budget committee met on Friday from 2 to about 2:35. There was 8 people who attended. All of them were voting members except for one. We discussed the budget items individually and went through some of the revenue streams that we have or lack thereof. The list is shown below. So now let's bring up the budget. Frank? Let's start with the royalty. Okay, you'll notice at the bottom line there, the charity donations, I quickly had to change the budget to reflect that we weren't giving back to charity at this time. So that shows that there's 16,000 going to the bottom line from royalty. Hopefully they can do better than that, but that really contributes to our ongoing efforts. Any questions about the royalty? Okay, let's go to finals. The finals committee came back to me with budget numbers. It's more conservative this year, but it shows profitability of $3,200. You can look over these budgets at your leisure. If you have any questions, just come ask me individually. Any questions about finals? Okay, let's look at the budget as a whole. Okay, this budget, you might notice line 4450, sponsorship and fundraising of $20,000. In order to balance the budget, we had to put something in there. So we need to be conservative on our spending, or we need to get some sponsorship. I know you love all these numbers. You're just itching for a question, right? If there aren't any questions about that, please look this over and then let me know if you have any questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, David. It's going to be, Michael, you'll have the auditors, secretaries, and scorekeepers. You ready? Frank, this is auditors, secretaries, and scorekeepers.
You won't have anything.
Oh, there won't be anything? Okay. You don't have anything?
We met.
Can you turn
We met yesterday afternoon. We had 10 associations represented. We had a couple of timers. We had a couple of scorekeepers. We had some rodeo directors. One of the things that we had a general discussion about the secretaries, the scorekeepers, the auditors. There was probably a good bit of discussion about scorekeeping and the need for us to effectively communicate at our rodeos between officials. We had some fun talking about the scorekeeper flag. Thank you, Jeannie. So we had no action items in the meeting. We do have, we introduced our newest scorekeeper. We had a person complete the program and was certified this week by the Board of Trustees as a new scorekeeper, Christy Michaels from Arizona. Great job, Christy. And I think that's all I have for the auditors, secretary, and scorekeepers.
Any questions for Michael? Guy, you ready now? It should be the rock. Oh, what do you want? Oh, okay.
He's doing it. Go ahead and bring that one up.
What do old cowboys wear, boxers or briefs? Depends. Very good. Yeah.
So I don't mix it in with my stuff. Hey Frank, can you open up that 2019? That one, yeah. This was reported in the board meeting on Thursday. So our certified officials for 2019 are up in the top section there, and we had some people request to come out of the program, or some others who didn't meet the requirements. Those are in the middle section there. And then on the last section, as Michael just reported, we had one seeking certification for scorekeeper, and Christine Fairbrothers was, or Christy Michaels, was approved by the Board of Trustees. We also have one more coming to the Board of Trustee meeting on Sunday to get Denise Reinhardt-Stengy certified as an arena director, because she completed all of her requirements as of yesterday. Okay, so now Frank, if you go back to the rock folder, to the committee report. Oh no, we're in judges still, go back. No, go back. Go to the rock folder. That ended up in the wrong place, but that's fine.
Rodeo official. Rodeo official.
Oh no, the one you just brought up was supposed to go to rodeo officials, but we're fine. I mean, just as long as I was able to get it. No, go back. Go to the rodeo officials master folder. This is judges that you're in. It's right under public relations.
2 down from your cursor. Go down. Down 3. Right there.
You can bring up the report, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so the majority of our meeting centered around the examination process. And we had a lengthy discussion about the new electronic test that we did this year for the first time. It was successful in many ways. We learned that electronic tests are very difficult to develop, but they're very easy to score. So the committee discussed what direction we wanted to go with the examinations going forward. And so there were mixed feelings on, because this year we had one combined test that incorporated all rule changes from last year's convention, and then each area submitted up to 10 questions that were areas that needed to be reinforced, or we had issues come up throughout the year. So there were mixed feelings by some officials about questions that didn't pertain to their area, but the goal was to have the left hand know what the right hand was doing. And so it was beneficial in some ways and non-effective depending, because the rule changes, like payouts, usually don't apply to anybody except the contestants and secretarial staff. So we had several motions come up. So with the examinations, if they continue for recertification, well, with all examinations actually, it's going to be specific to each area. So, and there have to be electronic now. And the only difference for the arena and shoot coordinator areas, they actually may combine their tests because they work in tandem pretty much. And a lot of those folks are certified in both areas, so they wouldn't have to take 2 separate tests if they opt to do that. It's not mandatory. And so that passed. And it was suggested for the area leads to solicit feedback from certified officials, other area leads, like we did to get a question pool for this year's exam. And now we have nervous dry mouth. Hold on. So then we had a motion that came forward asking to have the test administered by January 15th. And currently the rule requires it to be completed by March 30th, which was already challenging. So that motion failed. And so then we had a motion to eliminate testing altogether for recertification. Because currently to get certified you have to take an exam that's specific to your area. But as far as the recertifications, seminars are required for the judges. They're optional for the other areas. They're not a requirement for recertification. And then there's the exam that has to be passed with a score of 90% or better. And currently the rule is a little confusing and contradictory. So we have 2 different proposals depending on what the climate is in the room. So either we'll eliminate testing or at least clean up that rule to make it functional for what it's intended for currently. So we had a motion on the exam, so instead of having to have it completed by March 30th, it would have to be administered by March 30th. That way you have plenty of time to get the test graded, and if somebody doesn't pass it, then they have 30 days to take it again. And then that will cover up. We'll cover in the proposal. So Frank, if you could go back to Rock Proposal 1. Did anybody have any questions so far? Okay. So Rock Proposal 1 eliminates testing for recertification. So bullets B through E are deleted in their entirety.
Number 4? Anybody got a mic? Sorry. It's right there.
It can be loud.
It can be loud. You please tell me what the committee's rationale for wanting to do away with the exam for recertification? Okay.
Sure. So currently, the standing rules regarding the exams for recertification process, as I kind of alluded to, has many conflicts in it. There's been a concept that's been discussed for several years now to treat the certified officials like employees instead of making them have to reapply for their job every year. I think the true intent of this rule when it was written a few years, well, probably about 4 years ago, Ron, was to get the exam out there to cover the new rodeo rules, so the officials would hit the ground running prepared. And so as it's currently written, we already, in most cases, have 2 rodeos that have already taken place. And that was what the original proposal was addressing, that Gene made, to get the test completed by January 15th. As you know, we're at the end of November, so we'd have to like literally turn right around and start writing the exam on Monday. And so that's tough. So the sentiment is I think the intent of the exam can be accomplished using the quarterly conference calls that are required and or seminars to ensure that our existing officials are aware of and prepared to implement the new or changed rodeo rules. I've heard in some conversations that eliminating the test is basically rubber stamping our officials. And in my opinion, the exam is really just simply filling a square. I think we're already kind of rubber stamping. I don't think the exam on its own prepares anybody to do anything. I mean, it's an open book exam. People go in the rule book, find the answers, answer the questions, and hopefully pass the exam.
Number 1. Got some microphones up front.
Robert Thurtell, CJRA. Probably a question directed for Benjamin. With competing proposals, Rock 1 and Rock 2, those actually are competing. Same language, one does away with a lot, the other leaves quite a bit of it in. Should we be looking at both of those proposals, or?
We're only looking at one. If one passes, there's no need for 2.
Correct. I mean, I understand that. I was just concerned whether we spend a lot of time on one and it's 2 that we actually want. So I just curious what Benjamin's thought was on that.
All right. Maybe to facilitate discussion, so the committee can present it however they prefer, which is what Guy has told us. If we get involved or deep, a lot of changes to our Rock 1, if you're speaking in favor or if you're speaking opposed to Rock 1 because you prefer 2, you can include that in your discussion. That might be helpful. I'm against this because I think 2 is better for this reason or that other reason. So that's probably the easiest way, rather than trying to consider them both at once, especially since the committee prefers otherwise. So maybe if you're speaking out against something, say it's because you prefer the other. That may help us. Beyond that, I'll just have to see how things go.
Number 2 is next.
Just a little background, for the arena and shoot area, we considered removing recertification testing because book knowledge is not what you need in the arena areas when working with the animals or contestants. And based on the contestant surveys, the issues that you may be having with certified officials in those areas is nothing that will be changed or improved upon with the test. If paying attention is what you're having problems with a certified official, knowing how far the lines are is not going to change that behavior.
Number 10.
First, I want to thank the committee for actually putting the exam on into an electronic format. It was a big improvement, and it was actually a very good job. I think it was a very good exam. It is open book, and so that's why I propose keeping the exam, because I want to make sure all the officials have opened the book before March 30. I think the thing we could lose potentially was the ability to systematically introduce the changes or present the changes, the rodeo rules, to the officials. I think it's very important, especially changes ought to be noted. And I also think we ought to be able to measure who's actually able to read and interpret what's in the book. I understand that there are people who are focused on physical activities that aren't in the book, but like it or not, our rules are the book. And so we do need to make sure our officials know what's in the book. And so an important part of testing is to see what answers people don't get right. Sometimes you have bad exam questions and everybody misses that question, so you know that's a problem with the exam. But on the other hand, I think we had one question last year that happened to, maybe. Otherwise, seeing where people missed questions on the exam is actually the way you measure where people need help or where people need further training. And without an exam, we don't have a measure of that except in front of the contestants, which is really not the best place to be figuring out who's read the rule book yet. So I'm against this proposal to eliminate the testing.
Number 11.
Roger Bergman, NGRA. I was a judge for 16 years and was in charge of the judges program for quite a few. I'm also against this, at least in regards to the judging program. As Mike was saying, it is an open book test. It's good for the judges to be really familiar with that book. If they get asked a question, they shouldn't be answering the question off the top of their head. They should have that book in their pocket so they can show the contestant exactly why they ruled the way they did rule. And I think that for the judging program, at least, unless the current judges can explain to me why they would like to do away with it, I think that they should still be required.
Number 9.
Mike Lance covered it.
Number 8.
Gene Frakes, NSGRA, judge, maker of this motion. I might as well put it out there. I am not opposed to taking a test at all. I took a test this year over all the areas. I passed it the first time. I was one of the first persons to complete it. Not a problem. My problem is you guys you're saying that we need a test in order to make sure that we know what the rule book says for the current year. Yet, the rule says that it doesn't even have to be administered till after the first at least 2 rodeos and maybe 3. So we already, at that point, just talking judges, we have a minimum of 6 judges that's already went out there in the field and judged a rodeo. And it's not that they weren't prepared, because they were prepared. in a different format, in a different way. They prepared for that. The lead prepares them for that. This, this rule, when it was put in back when or shortly after I became a judge, and it was intended to be done before that first rodeo, and it's never been done, even to date, even last year, as good as it was. It didn't get finished prior to what the original standing rule says. We got a hell of a lot closer than we have ever had, but it's just not practical, apparently, because we've never been able to do it. I just want you to really consider if all the work to do this, to take a test for recertification, couldn't be spent on actually getting ready, when the way it's set up now, we have to do that other part anyway for those first few rodeos till this is ready. Thank you.
Oh, the 10 minutes is up. Okay. All right, so we're voting on the one that's on the screen. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. I believe it fails, but so bring up the next one. Are you requesting that? You are? Okay. I've been a hand vote request, so all those in favor of what's on the screen, please raise your hand and be still. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. It failed.
Okay, so we'll go on to proposal 2. We had the contingency plan to save time on the convention floor, and then for the committee. So.
Rocco 2, please, Frank.
So what was this? Oh, you have to do roll call, don't you? Okay. Okay, so this, instead of eliminating testing, cleans up the rule to make it more workable. So in B, it currently says that you have to pass the test, but it's not, your recertification is not contingent on passing the exam. But then later in D, actually in E, it says if you don't pass the exam after a second attempt, then your certification is automatically rescinded. So that's conflicting. So if we pass this motion, it cleans it up. It still requires the exam. The March 30th deadline has been a challenge, And as Jean said, we have not, since this rule has been in place, completed the test by March 30th. So this would change it to say the test is to be administered by March 30th. And people will still have 2 attempts. If they don't pass it after 2 attempts, this change would say the individual has to complete a seminar and pass the test in order to be recommended for recertification, as opposed to, it currently says that the certification is suspended, but then it says if they do that, they can be recommended for recertification. But if your certification is rescinded, it actually would imply that you'd have to be certified all over again. So, and if a person was required to complete a seminar because they didn't pass the exam on a second attempt, that would not, it's not to be confused with the required seminar for judges. I mean, they have a standard seminar that all judges complete. They're the only area that is required to do that for recertification.
Any discussion? 4. Hold your paddle up if you want to talk. There's somebody back here. No, I know, but someone behind you did it too. I was just noting. Go ahead, 4.
I would like to suggest to whomever the leads are, and we've heard the concern about possibly books not being ready if there's a printer delay, as there has been some time. There's no reason the exam still cannot be prepared. We know what's passed at this convention. Those reports with the changes could be sent out to everybody, and you've got the information you would need from the book. It doesn't say, I mean, open book could be looked at different ways. And in the past, we've had people who didn't pass the test with open book. If you can't pass the test when you're seeing all the information, to me that says there's a problem with you being certified.
Any other discussion? Oh, number 13.
So I do not believe in arena director and shoot coordinator that passing an exam is a reflection of how we do our jobs. So moving forward, I would like to see the test only consisting of the rule changes that happen at convention for the following year.
To Ron, to address your comment, yes, we absolutely have attempted to do that. As Jean stated, and Frank and Guy, we have not been able to. Last year, we spent significant time developing the electronic test and format. It is obtainable, and yes, what you stated is in fact true, and that would be the goal. It is achievable this year because we have developed the test now. So now it's just a matter of getting the test, getting the information from the secretary to get sent out electronically. So I agree with that. I think that any official in the room or outside of the room would agree that the test was not easy. Like some tests in the past have been 1 to 3 questions. This was 50 questions and took on it because now we can report all electronically. Took an average of 1 hour and 42 minutes to take. So it was a significant test, and everybody, just to be clear, everybody did pass it by the deadline. Yes, there are some that had to take it a second time, but all certified officials passed the test with the minimum requirements by the deadline this year, within the 30-day extension this year. So I appreciate your comment.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
So unless anybody has any more questions for the ROC committee, that concludes. Yes. 2 passed, 1 failed. Thank you, Frank. Seeing no questions, I'm out of here.
next we're gonna go to bylaws. Oh.
No, we're good.
I hope everybody realizes there was a lot of work done in this, and hopefully that your representatives from each one of your associations went and represented you and worked really hard on these so that we can move right through these committees as well.
This will be fun. I got to manage my report, the time, and candy all at the same time. I'll start off by saying, as always, thank you very much to our committee members. It was a little bit smaller than we've had in some past years. We had only 10 of the voting delegates. You can see the report, the details of the report there. Several of those committee members, including the voting members, were first-time committee members. So to all of you trustees and organizations out there, thank you for putting your noobs with us. You can learn a lot in the bylaws committee, obviously. Every committee, but the bylaws touches so many areas that we have to look through a lot of our documents and rules to come up with our good results. With that said, thank you very much to the committee. We had a lot of fervent discussion. The individuals that come to our committee, probably like most of yours, definitely have opinions, and the strong discussion and strong opinions definitely provided us better results, so we appreciate that as well. With that said, I think we're ready for proposals.
I think, yes, BSR 02. This was simply a duplication. It was in two places. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes.
2 passes. Frank, go ahead and scroll down for me just a bit. A little bit more. Okay. Yeah, you can go back to the top. We had a couple of ones with EPRB. I wanted to make sure which one we were looking at now.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes. Okay. So the way it's supposed to work. Yeah, that's what we. Well, did you? I asked. All I had to do is like throw a. Yeah, let's keep going. 07. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes. Any discussion? Number 7.
It's right in front of me. Judy Munson, CRGRA. I'm probably a little slow this afternoon, but I wondered if Benjamin might just give us a little bit of information on these, because the first one that we all voted for, we thought was a paragraph, and it was a whole page apparently. And then the last thing we just voted on was a mentorship program without, I don't know, just a little explanation might help clarify for a number of people here, not just me.
That whenever I ask for discussion, that's what that's for. If you need more time or you have something to say, please throw your paddle up and we can roll right through. This is just a cleanup here, if you understand, because it really falls under the vice president. So any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Passes. This is just a cleanup. It's removing redundancy. Amy, it's number 12.
Thank you. Amy Griffin, ILGRA. I'd just like to suggest, since we just eliminated the Board of Trustees and made them directors, that everywhere else that we're looking at changes, we changed the word trustees to directors because we just eliminated trustees.
Okay. Okay, so any other discussion on this?
I guess my only question would be, we still have trustees. They're just part of the board of directors, but the trustees still exist.
Number 9.
Okay, this looks like the same thing as BSR 4, the same part section there. And in BSR 4, we just all passed a different section 2, paragraph 1, letter C. That's a whole different thing than what's now in BSR 10.
You are correct.
The two C's are different. So we already passed one. So if we pass this one, it changes the other one?
You are correct. Whatever the previous number was, 9 or 10, whichever one was previous, and this current proposal both address the same sections of our current rules. They could both pass, they could neither pass, or one or the other could pass. This particular change is strictly a cleanup, removing duplicate verbiage. If this one passed and the other one failed, we would want that verbiage cleaned up, so this one had to come to the floor. If the other one passed and this one passed at the same time, the secretary, nothing that we pass right now will change anything that we passed 5 minutes ago. The rules become effective January 1st. So the secretary takes the proposals that touch the same area of the rules, and this is what the secretary always does every year, takes each proposal, makes one set of changes. The secretary understands that this change, when he tries to overlay that, it's changing things that were removed between now and January 1st. Oh, we need to remove this. Oh, this change was referencing something that was later removed or previously removed. That change becomes moot. Basically, the secretary will layer whatever changes need to be layered. So anything in here that was removed by the previous proposal that was passed will disappear because there will be nothing to change once he starts combining them and layering them. Does that help? Was that clear enough? Because I'm happy to try another shot at that. And maybe the secretary can tell you what he does with those. But that's why we don't every proposal, this is any committee anywhere, not bylaws, not rodeo rules, any committee anywhere, make sure I'm stopping the time because this is an answering of a question. Any committee anywhere will make proposals, and various committees or the same committee might be changing the same area within the rules. Those changes may crisscross. That's what the secretary does. He goes through and organizes those changes in such a way that everything we do and do not want passed, or everything that is and is not passed out of here, makes sense when it's completed. I think Michael probably can add to that just to answer Cody's question.
BSR 4 that we passed says that only members of the board of directors and parliamentarian may attend the EPRB. This one that we're voting on now says that only trustees can. I see
Okay,
a
that was
conflict.
not what I thought Michael was going to say. So, quite all right. Quite all right. Okay, so to answer to Amy's point about trustees, when a committee puts their proposals, they do not know what's going to pass this floor. They have to present everything that they think should be changed in the rules, regardless of whether there's overlap or not. So this particular change, what's our number here? 10. This particular change is purely, simply a removal of redundancy, as you can clearly see. Pretend nothing ever passed prior to this. You can see that the underlined part that's at the top of this either already exists in that second section or was added to that second section. This is cleanup only. So if this passes, the secretary would clean up that verbiage. To Amy's point about this should say directors now instead of trustees, that's taken care of already by the previous one when Michael layers them. Does that make sense?
But in Article 10 trustees, item Rule 6, number D, bold,
Are
only
you-
trustees, the IGRA secretary.
So hold on. Are you on this page right now?
Yeah?
Okay, so can we get the screen to where we are? Uh-huh, okay.
So in BSR 4,
Uh-huh.
when we voted on the whole page, that it seems like not everybody knew we were voting on the whole page. We voted that EPRBs would be administered by the board of directors.
Correct.
The board of directors
Correct.
includes the officers.
Correct.
Now, you go to BSR 10,
Correct.
and it says only these other people can be there. So it should include the officers because they're part of the board of directors.
It will, when Michael makes both sets of changes, when Michael makes BSR 10 and BSR 4, that will be what the new one looks like. Because if this passes, if both of these pass, that's where the change gets made. I understand what you're saying. You don't blend concepts. This concept is not changing any current process. This concept cleans up verbiage right here, the one that we're looking at, cleans up the bylaws in terms of eliminating redundancy. Michael will make this change, then he will come back and layer on top the change from 04, or whichever order makes sense, and this will get replaced. This only trustees D will go away based on what we previously passed. But we don't know that in advance coming out of committee. We have to present everything to the floor. It's very possible that this 10 might completely be overridden by the 04 when Michael does his layering process. It does work. Ron, as secretary, do you know what we're talking about layering these?
Yeah, but I don't agree with what you're saying.
Okay, so well, no, help. Well, that's why we're here. No, that's why we're here. That's why we're here.
Another proposal, which saying something totally different, as Amy said, and since the BSR 4, this doesn't make sense
Gotcha.
to have the totally different one.
Gotcha.
So I agree with what Amy
Gotcha.
said totally.
So I will, for clarity, and since I don't have the answer on top of my head without doing a bit of research, I suspect that the 4 that was passed will make this change obsolete and irrelevant. I suspect. But since I didn't, so I don't know the answer without taking a look at that. So I will absolutely go take a look at that. We'll put this one on hold. What's that? No, everyone's got to be on, not only does it have to be right, everybody needs to understand and knows that it's right as well, including me, for sure. So yeah, we will take this back for sure, unless Candy says no, but I think she'll be happy for us to take this back. I think this might be supplanted by the 04 that was already passed, but we'll take a look. So, next.
So we're gonna put this one away for a minute and talk about another one. Do you need to?
Yeah, because I'm still.
Okay, wait a minute, let me ask the ones ahead of you then. So number 11 was next. So we're. Number 11.
I just have a question. Since 4 and this one do overlap, would it be appropriate, could I make a motion to recall the decision on 4 so that the committee can combine these two concepts together, or is that? I'm asking the parliament, or the chair, ma'am. Thank you, Robin.
You asked the chair, the parliamentarian may weigh in. Technically, if you were on the prevailing side, I think technically you could, but I also think that you may not want to, and the committee may not prefer that. But maybe let's see what the rest of the commenters have to say, and when we review this, believe me, I'll be looking at 4 and 10 simultaneously to see what we need to do. Maybe that can be done without any recall of any kind.
7.
Excuse me, Brian Helander, NMGRA. It seems to me that BSR 4 is a fundamental change to our organization. I'm not sure that the convention floor fully understands the rationale behind the change. And on top of that, I understand that there are, cleanups, but I think we're really not understanding the fundamental change. And I think leadership might want to explain the rationale, or perhaps not.
Jack Morgan, CJRA. I believe, along with what Brian was saying, these two proposals are BSR 13 is what is impacted or will be impacted by BSR 4 and BSR 10 with the divisional alignment. So it might be, if I'm correct, and I believe, if I am, it would be more helpful to do BSR 13 because it does impact, it's not just the exact same change of word changes, it impacts organizational structure.
Number 8. Right here. Okay. Number 4 again. Oh, got one.
Mark Boyd, AJRA. Just reading these over again, it looks like 4 and 10 are both removing the same thing, and then 4 does have the biggest change because it changes just the trustees to the board of directors. So, but they're both removing the same thing, and essentially big chunks of 10 are a duplicate of what we already passed in 4. So I'm thinking, can we just vote down 10 and move on?
The committee would like to at least take a look to verify your comment.
Okay. Okay. Any discussion on BSR 11? We're just going to double check on the 10 and then come back.
Correct.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Next, please. That would pass. Okay, on 10, we tabled 10 for a moment. Yeah. So the 11 was passed, And now we're at 12. Number 9.
Cody K, DSRA. I'm against this proposal. I don't understand why the president needs to appoint a separate Community Outreach Fundraising Gender Diversity Committee chairperson versus just having it the way it is, where the Mr. Ms. they co-chair the committee and then the vice president is the liaison. So I'm totally against this.
Number 10.
Since I wasn't in this committee meeting where this was discussed, I'd just like to know what the purpose and reasoning of this is, because I see this as a somewhat significant change. So can somebody give me some background and the purpose of this and why the change is necessary or what improvement it makes?
I'd love to allow any committee member who wants to respond to that question.
Number 13.
And this is not taking up your time, it's just a response to that question. It's not taking up time and it's not changing the order of the other commenters.
Doreen Rue from Red River. I was on the committee, and the information that was presented to the bylaw committee was, and I'm not sure what committee this came from, but the recommendation was made because every year the royalty team changes, so you have a new team every year, and to have somebody that is heading up the committee, can't remember what the quite words are there, but the person that is appointed is that leader, the liaison that's bringing some historical knowledge and information about the committee to move it forward.
Number 12.
Amy Griffin Ilgra. So this could be anybody. It could very well be the vice president. I mean, I want to make sure that we're not disparaging the vice president. It sounds like it would make sense for it to be the vice president. I'm not sure that it's necessary for us to spell that out as we did previously. I would support this. I'm assuming it came from community outreach, but I'm not really sure. But no?
It did not.
Then can someone tell us why?
Okay. Number 2 wants to answer that question.
They said you're not allowed to speak.
Tim Smith, TGRA. I was on this committee. Oh, Lord, losing my voice. If you pay attention to the verbiage in this, it starts off saying that the Mr. Ms. shall co-chair, and then it talks about the vice president being the liaison. The problem with this is you actually have four or five chairs to this, the way it's worded and done now. And correct me if I'm wrong, Benjamin, is that not kind of, am I not on the right track about that?
Yeah, and I can throw in additional committee discussion or rationale if it helps. Traditionally, every year, many times every year, committee chairs are the same committee chairs year after year. Not always, but often, especially in some of the committees where there's greater amounts of work or greater detail of work. And every year, Community Outreach Fundraising Gender Diversity Committee, the chairs change, and there's not a lot of institutional knowledge that's retained. So they're thrown into a position that they may be less familiar with. So, for example, someone who's been a bylaws or rodeo rules or animal issues and concerns or Hall of Fame committee chair year after year. So they struggle sometimes filling a role that they may not be ideally suited for or even ideally interested in come Friday, where they have to make all the proposals that takes that level of detail, a certain kind of level of detail. Yeah, this also brings it in line. I had another thought, and it reminded me. This also brings it in line with all of the other committees. Almost every committee that are defined in our bylaws, the president appoints the chair. There are a handful where they do not. And this would bring it in line with that, where the chair could put that person in who may be best suited for the nuts and bolts of what committees do, which would be separate from what the royalty team does throughout the year. It's really about sort of the Friday results that need to be presented. I will say I didn't see the downside this year. The committee did a strong job. That doesn't happen every year.
Number 8, and then number 9. Right there. No. It was 8 first. Mipsy. Oh, got it.
Hello. Trey Brubaker, North Star. On this one, I kind of want to respond with what Benjamin was saying about the familiarity of appointing someone that is knowledgeable in that, and that makes sense. As someone who has been in this situation, by the time you get to the IJRA level on the royalty team, you have at least 2 years of working within your community and outreach, and at least 2 years of extensive fundraising. So I kind of think that puts us in really good subject matter experts for that. Gender diversity could go either way in that situation, depending on where you're from. So I do like the fact that the royalty team they're the people that are out there in the community and being the outreach and the ones doing a lot of the fundraising. So I guess just kind of responding to that, I do like the fact that, or let me rephrase that. I'm against this because I do think that the way it works right now is quite well. I didn't see anything wrong, and honestly, it does impact our committee, and it never came to us.
Number 9.
Lisa Smith, DSRA. Also, I was on this committee, and we also discussed that this particular committee is not just limited to royalty. This is a various committee. It can include your gender diversity folks. It can include all kinds of folks. So yeah, your chair could be anyone that the president decides to appoint, and that needs to be in consideration too. That this is not a committee that's just closed door to royalty folks.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. That one passed.
This one's multiple pages, so please read down.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Thank you. Good job. $14. Just a bit of background. This year came into effect, and Tommy, which will tell you that he used to oppose this all the time, asked for help with fixing this. so that we can fill our classes at finals in case we don't have enough contestants. This year we had a few that were short, and we want to open it up to be able to fill the classes. And so your admin asked for this. Any discussion? Number 9.
Lisa Smith, DSRA. If we do not fill the 20 positions in each event per gender and blah, 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 is that so bad?
Number 8.
Scott Anderson, NSGRA. I've got a question now. Throughout the course of the year, with each rodeo you participate in, you generate a certain number of points, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you get into the finals and say you had to go all the way back to the 60th person to get enough people, and all of a sudden that 60th person has a fantastic day and wins the event, does that, how does that person that's got the most points then get a buckle? Because they work their heart out all year long for that buckle.
Can I answer this a bit? So please understand that not everybody can go to all the rodeos, and so the ranking is with points. But this year, in like the speed events, there was some gentlemen that could have filled the men's classes, and they were still very, very good competitors, but they only went to 1 or 2 rodeos. So it wasn't that they weren't good enough to be there, and I'm welcoming anybody that can come run with us. So I'm not against it. So we'll go on to number 3. Was David? I got you.
David Lawson, GSGRA. Lisa, to answer your question, does it matter if it fills or not? That affects your prize payout. I don't care what the quality of the person is. They have money that I want to try to win. And to answer, I'm sorry I didn't catch it. Scott, to answer, I get what your question is, but I hope we're moving toward a more, there's world champion and there's finals champion. And you can win the finals and you're not the world champion. And so there was talk this year, after finals this year, that we need to do a better job of the world champion is the person who has the most money won throughout the whole year, including finals. But the finals buckle winner is the champion of finals, which is how WPRA, PRCA, all that is.
Okay. Number 1.
Robert Thurtell, CGRA. So I don't know. I guess I'm going to be the new Tommy. I am. Right. Just when you thought I was going up. So I am opposed to this. Finals is the best of the best. It is the individuals that we compete across the circuit throughout the year to get our invitations. It poses the question to me, are we driving enough contestants to multiple rodeos or other rodeos to receive that invite, that thing that we used to chase for years and years with, competing out on the circuit, that I wanted my invite to finals so that I could go and play with the big boys. But I am absolutely against this because I think that I'll give you another side of it. As somebody who produced World Gay Rodeo Finals 2015, to have a sponsor that gave you $10,000 in the stand, who basically looks at you totally disappointed in the show and what we had put on out there on the floor, or the attendance that we had at that, it's kind of embarrassing, and I'm afraid that we may put that same show on for the next sponsor, and that does concern me.
We were embarrassing in 2015, but that had, okay. All right, number 12.
Amy Griffin Ilgra. While I acknowledge the conflict with the concept of best of the best, we had this year, there were very few events that were fully subscribed. Men's calf roping on foot, men's shoot dogging, I believe. It was either goats or deco, but I don't think both of them. And if I remember the numbers correctly, I don't believe any of the speed events were fully subscribed. You know, a big draw for our contestants at whatever level their performance capabilities are is money. And the more contestants that participate in finals, the bigger the prize pot is for those that are competing at that event. You know, do I think that it's necessarily appropriate to have a number 60 female pole bender come who's only gone to one rodeo and has 15 points? You know, well, we have had people at finals roll up that haven't necessarily been A-level contestants, but we still invite them. I think maybe we need to look at the bigger picture.
Number 13.
Doreen Rue, Red River. Just a couple to take you back a few years, back when we had the divisions and when I first started, and you know, I pretty much didn't know the difference between the Withers and the Hawks, and some might still wonder if I do, but anyway, a lot of years. But I got invited to finals because I was Division 4, not because I was the best, but because I was Division 4, and no criticism of Division 4, that's not my point. But my point is that's the way that our system was set up. And now you look at us today and look around. Those that go to finals are still the best of the best. You know, we don't have the strength in our competition that we did before, but maybe this actions like this will bring some of those competitors back and attract new competitors. We still need to recognize the people that are traveling across the country and putting their blood, sweat, and tears and the money for David to win. So I think we should support this.
Number 2.
Speaking from someone that competes in a lot of events and travels to a lot of the rodeos and have busted my ass before and still not made it in the top 20. And I just want to give you a story about a person that was this year at finals. He went to one rodeo, he placed in flags, he got an invitation. Not only did he bring himself, he brought people that came to watch him. He brought 6 people on Saturday and then brought another 8 people on Sunday that came just to watch him compete at Finals Rodeo. He was so excited to get to compete at Finals his very first time after competing for like 8 years one time. That says a huge deal about going down to get that person to come to Finals.
Number 3, Bubba. Right here.
So I competed at 2 rodeos this year. At the beginning, I hurt myself. I tore my tricep, and then, you know, I didn't shoot dog the rest of the year. But I made number 18 for finals, and it was, you know, it was amazing. But if they could extend it out, you know, anyway.
Number 8.
You?
Trey Brubaker, North Star. I am also in favor of this. Sponsors are hard to come by, and they're always going to be hard to come by. So everything we do, in everything we vote on today, tomorrow, when we go back locally, needs to be for the growth of our organization. So we want to encourage new members, and I think this does that. It may not be a good thing in 5 years. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully we don't have to worry about this ever. But right now we do. And today we do. We had 17 people. I thought, why do we not have 20 teams and goats? That was the one thing I thought, that's weird. We've had rodeos with 20 teams and goats. So sponsors are going to see people in the stands because, like Wade said, everyone's going to bring somebody to watch them. Well, 17 people bring one person, that's 17. But 20 means we're going to bring 20. That's more people. And I don't know why we would ever tell someone, no, we don't want you at our rodeo.
Agreed. Time has elapsed. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Abstentions? It passes. Good job.
So the committee, i.e. me, will take a look at that other proposal and reconvene at some point, but I'll let you know when we'll want to meet, and then we'll come back for that final item.
Okay. How about a 15-minute break? You want your... Please be seated.
Not two, we had additional. Yeah. But this is on the website.
Yeah.
You want it down?
Yeah.
I can do that.
Take it down.
I'm going to edit it for you, like I said, and see if you like what it says.
Yes. Okay. How do you kill a rodeo clown? You go for the juggler. Yep, we're gonna bring Benjamin back up here.
Hello. After review, the BSR 10, was that the one that I took? Yeah, BSR 10. The changes in there were supplanted by BSR 04, so there were no more changes needed from BSR 10. That was in there as a cleanup if BSR 4 did not pass, but they were exactly overlapped on those sections, so there were no further changes needed. So on behalf of the Bylaws Committee and without any objection from any of those committee members, we will not recommend sending 10 to the floor because 4 passed. Any objection from the Bylaws Committee members? But it looks like you do have a
Number 11.
Mike's.
Where's Mike's?
Roger Bergman, NGRA. If you scroll up a little bit, right there, number A says it shall consist of the trustees. That disagrees with the previous thing, and I know you're going to say that the secretary is going to clean it up.
No, we're not saying that at all. We've pulled this. We've pulled this.
But if you pull it, it's not going to change. A will stay the same, correct? Or is
No,
this?
those A will be changed by BSR 04.
Okay.
If you check BSR 04, you will see that this whole section will now be changed.
Okay.
A will be changed. That's what the purpose of 4 was, to change trustees to directors.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Nope, we got one more.
All right. So it was brought to our attention, to my attention, and on behalf of the committee, please chime in, committee members, if you have any input to this. BSR, which number was it? 13? BSR 13. It takes effect January 1st, currently. On January 1st, there will be no such thing as divisions for IGRA. Therefore, the current rule, the 2018 rule that says the trustees meet following convention to elect a trustee chairperson and 3 divisional trustees, come January 1st, that terminology becomes meaningless. This cleans it up. This BSR 13 has a provision in there to fix it going forward, but it should be made effective immediately so that tomorrow the trustees elect the 3 people that are going to take effect on January 1st. Before voting or discussing that, any questions on what I've just said, because it's a little convoluted? Good? Okay. Michael has a question.
So you just need a motion to make it effective?
Well, the committee's going to do that, yes.
Oh, okay.
Any questions?
See,
I was just curious, did anybody want to address the fact that the IGRA secretary is not part of the EPRB review board?
So that's not germane to what's going on right now, but I'll be happy to tell you that the IGRA secretary is a part of is part of the board of directors and attends every meeting.
Good point, thank you.
That was discussed in committee. So,
all right, seeing none, so we make this effective immediately.
yeah, the committee recommends, bylaws committee members nod your head. The committee recommends that this BSR 13 be made effective immediately accordingly.
It's from committee. It is from committee. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay. Great job.
And that concludes the bylaws committee report. Thank you for all your work.
Wow, that was painless. Okay, how about Christy? You ready? Women's Outreach.
Hi, I'm Christy Michaels, the Division II lead for Women's Outreach. Erica could not be here today, so I'm speaking on behalf of her to give her report. Thank you. Oh, it's right here. You got it, thank you. So the community outreach, fundraising, gender diversity. Oh wait, could we have, for women's outreach, I'm sorry, Frank. Could we have the report for that one? Thank you. One up, the outreach report. Thank you. The Women's Outreach Committee met on Friday, November 16th, 2018 from 10:30 a.m. to 10:52 a.m. Total of 7 persons attended the meeting, 6 of which were voting members. A list of attendees is attached to this report. Erica would like to thank the members of the committee for their input and help to complete the business of the committee. The committee considered all proposals that were introduced during the meeting. The proposal that was approved by the committee is attached to this report. The committee recommends adoption of this proposal. Erica Holter, Chairman, IGRA Women's Outreach Committee. Erica would also like to thank the division leads and the committee for their time and efforts in support of the Women's Outreach Committee. Erica is very passionate about this committee and would also like to thank Candy for putting Erica in the position. It has been an honor for her to work so closely with the women of Rodeo. If we could open up the membership award proposal, please, Women's Outreach. Bottom one, thank you. Okay, so this is a special international award. This award is to recognize female members of IGRA who have made contributions to the growth and support of women in IGRA. The contribution should be toward any or all of the following: the growth of female membership, assistance and support of female competitors, and obtaining sponsorships. Candidates should show a dedication to mentoring the women of IGRA in and out of the arena. One mentorship award will be given each year at annual convention. And Erica has committed to sponsoring the award for the first 5 years if this motion is approved.
Number 12.
Amy Griffin, ILGRA. We discussed something along these lines, where rodeo rules yesterday or the board meeting somewhere. Mike, I don't think this is really necessary. We have quite a number of international awards that recognize significant contributions, such as the International Award. So I'm not real clear. You know, we've spent years trying to not be segregated, and I'm not real clear on why we need to separate the men and the women here when we already have a perfectly good international award that's perfect. You know, it's very prestigious.
And you would win it. Number 1.
Oh, please.
I'm all about the promotion of people. For those of you that do know me, male or female, so that's not the case. It's a oh, sorry, Jerry Cunningham, CGRA. It's a point of order concern. I was in this committee, and we didn't vote on this coming to the floor today. That's what I expressed to Jack and then you, Candy, that I don't understand why this is on the floor, because we did not vote on it. And I confirmed that through another committee member that was in the room.
Okay, hang on, Jerry. Hang on. Oh, that's good to know. So, were there members, or there?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, vote count. Look, I have nothing against whether we are promoting men or women, but I attended many sessions yesterday, and I remember when I voted. I took notes, and we discussed it, but we never voted on it.
Do we have the list of attendees from that yesterday? No, there's a sign-in list is what I'm looking for. Okay. All right, then I think we're going to put this on hold, and these members probably need to meet, because I think there's a confusion. So let's do that. We're going to send it back to committee. Okay, we'll have y'all meet on the next break and figure this out, okay? I'm sorry. Adam, are you ready? You're not going to give the, okay. You want to help me a bit? You want to come up and help me a bit? No. Gene. Y'all, Bubba just nearly passed out. I think I wrote it. Frank, can you bring up the IT report, please? Right there. The IT committee met yesterday at 9:42, November 16th, with 9 attendees. The IT committee is recommending we move forward with upgrading, changing of our current software and system as soon as possible. We'd additionally like to increase the 2019 budget to $12,000 to help cover the cost. We'll use our in-house resources and search for persons and companies that will donate their services to achieve our updates. So for those of you that don't know, we already had $7,000 that sat there and nothing was ever used to update these prior years. And so we've increased that because we are in drastic need of upgrading everything so that it's very user-friendly and easier for David and everyone to use. So, does anybody have any questions? I brought Gene up here just so in case y'all did ask me some technical question. Just letting you know. Number 1.
Tommy Channel, CGRA. So Candy, just only because I'm asking because I don't know, with the rule that we recently passed removing the goalposts for finals registration, will any of this money be directed to developing the online registration system for finals?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
For those of y'all that don't know, there's current systems out there that those of us that ride in other organizations that there's one called Rodeo Go, there's one called Charlie Horse, there's all these systems out there that already do a lot of stuff, and we would just have to talk to them about making sure it does what we need it to do. So we have all kinds of ideas, but it's moving forward where it does so much more for us, and you don't have all those hours in it. Any more questions? Thank you all. Thanks, Jean. Frank, will you pull up membership standing? The Membership Standing Committee met at various times throughout the year, including the past Friday, to resolve membership standing issues. The committee notified, or in case of this week's meeting, will notify the IGRA secretary and appropriate member recognized associates and resolutions. It's short and sweet. Wade? Mipsy? Sit down. I think before we were a little lax on this, and we have a few members that will be put in bad standing, but we will, the secretary will notify all the associations of that, okay? Any questions? Perfect. All right, here comes the big one. Are you ready, David?
Are you calling me big?
No, no, just your hair. Okay, we'll start with we'll start into rodeo rules. Frank, you want to start rodeo rules?
Can you do the report?
We'll do the report first and then go to the...
The Rodeo Rules Committee, chaired by David Lawson and Janet Stange, met on... Okay. The Rodeo Rules Committee, chaired by David Lawson and Janet Stange, met on Friday, November 16th, 2018, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. 20 people were present. Please see the attached sign-in sheet if you want to. We reviewed rule proposals, discussed rodeo reviews, and explored the need to drastically condense the current rodeo rulebook. We have 30 for your consideration on the convention floor. I want to clarify when these come up. As I was sitting there saving the piece by piece, the proposals that we went through, I was each time, if it came to our committee and it failed, I put failed on it and saved it that way, and if it passed, I put passes. And so then I thought, oh crap, that's gonna come to the convention floor and say that it already passes. So I think I fixed that all at lunchtime, but if something comes up and it says that, just don't freak out and we'll adjust it real quick, okay? We've taken them out, yeah. Okay, RR01, so like where it says to convention, that used to say passes, and so that was my quick fix, okay? That's so. All right.
Any discussion? Number 9.
Only concern I have about this is our rodeo school. If we get new contestants, and we've already made that call that, okay, we didn't have anybody pre-register for rough stock, but so we didn't order a bull. So, but or steer or whatever, and then if we have some young blood out there that might want to compete in our rodeo, we've just shot that down.
Number 2.
Randy Edlin, TGRA. I was in this committee meeting, and that was also brought up during the meeting, but there are ways around this. If you request a variance, you can bypass this rule, provided you follow the variance rules and you publicize your late fees and your registration details per the guidelines.
Janet, did you still want to speak? Okay, just so everyone knows, there's so many other associations that we're just aligning with them. And like Randy just said, if you publicize everything and these people are coming to your rodeo school, they saw it in the publications to be entered as well. So just remember that, and you can get a variance around it. So any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes.
And that's all we have for rodeo rules. Thank you.
That was good.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You probably should have remembered. You need to bring it first before you do this, because this is the movement. You got to remove the event first. You know which one that is?
Well,
you have to remove the event before you move it from there.
so
Hang on just one second.
So that's we were going to ask Benjamin if we can just propose just to do that and then cover all of them, so then we don't have to.
So we'd have to bring up the first one that we got removed. This is requirements. You need to bring it out of the event.
Okay, so we'll find that. Just keep going on to the next thing.
Frank, we need to go to the actual event. RR7, please. Yeah, but this one, this is the, okay. So what they're proposing to do is remove bronc riding and keep ranch saddle bronc riding. So several of those that you saw were just removing it in other places, the name bronc riding. So we'd still have a bronc riding event, the ranch saddle bronc, and removing bareback broncs. Cody.
I think it's actually RR4 that we need to do first, because that's where we take out the bareback bronc riding out of the rough stock events.
Okay, thank you, Cody.
Yeah.
Number 4. Appreciate it. Thank you. Now we're on the right one. This removes it from our events, and then all the other ones will, for editing purposes, okay? Any discussion? Number 10.
Patrick Hunter, Atlantic States Gay Rodeo Association. Why are we taking bareback bronc riding out of rough stock?
Because for the past few years, last year, we had a good number of ranch saddle bronc riders. This year, we had more ranch saddle bronc riders. We only offered it one rodeo, and that was just kind of a confusion because there was several people that went to do ranch saddle bronc, but in our systems, it only has one bronc riding event, and so there was a kind of a confusion, and it was offered. But everywhere we go, the most people that want to enter the event is ranch saddle bronc riding. And our rule says you can only offer one of them. So this is really like cleaning it up to where we have one bronc event, and it would be much easier. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Hallelujah.
So it's my fault, like, I broke out every single one of them that had anything to do with bareback bronc riding and made it its own individual thing. So just when something comes up and it's about bareback bronc riding, it's already gone, and we can just move on to the next thing.
Go ahead. Because it was all editorial after that,
That's what I'm
Benjamin, so
saying.
can we just get rid of the rest of those?
No, that's what I'm saying. If
Yeah.
it rolls up, we'll roll to the next one.
We're just going to roll to the next one. Okay.
To answer Gene's question, slightly more broadly, we got rid of divisions, but that created conflicts in other places of the bylaws of divisional trustees, and royalty need to do attend rodeos in divisions. So you have to determine at each point do we need to do something at each occurrence of that. And I've just mentioned to the chair, co-chair here, one proposal that removes something needs to remove it everywhere it occurs. So my recommendation would be, let's pull it up and take a look so we don't say, oh, well, our eyes weren't on that one.
Okay.
It might take
All
a
right.
bit of time, but next year we'll put all those into a single proposal.
Okay, Frank, go to, is it 02? All right, there it is. No, it didn't. We moved. Okay, so everybody agree we can roll past that one? Same here. Yep. Okay, keep going. We can do what? Okay. Oop. 7. Okay, so now, all right, there we go. All right, moved right through those. Okay. Any discussion? Number 12.
Amy Griffin, ILGRA. I'm curious, from a judging standpoint, what the impetus is to remove this action, this piece of the team roping process.
You can't answer yourself? Did you ask? I thought you wanted the judge's perspective. Oh. I don't know. I don't agree with it, but I don't know who submitted it, if they can explain. Okay, sorry. I don't. Okay. Sorry. Number 1. I can't say I don't agree. Oh.
John Beck, CGRA. After the rope is taut, if they both caught, head and heeling, when rope is taut, some horses have the ability, when they back up, to raise their front feet. And that's the only explanation I can really give you.
Are you saying that you don't want them to raise their front feet? That's what you're.
I say that it's okay they do.
Oh, thank you.
Because the
Okay.
rope
No,
is
I just
taut.
want- I just want, yeah, I just wanted.
The rope is taut already.
Yeah, just wanted clarification.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say nay.
This is a minor thing, and we
This
don't do
is-
this.
I know, or I guess we need to. Okay, so it'll take hand count. Okay, all those in favor. Oh, so we're gonna move it? It was always, it was in that deal?
I can double check it.
I didn't even know it said that.
I can double check it.
Oh, okay, so I mean that. Sorry, we're just making clarification. I didn't even know, I'm just gonna be honest, I didn't even, I spoke backwards. I didn't even know the rule existed, so we're just making sure. Okay, so what they're trying to do is remove this, so I apologize. I thought it was being in reverse. Okay, so we're gonna do a hand vote. So this is to remove that verbiage out of the, and it was sent by the judges. So everyone in favor of removing this, everyone for the proposal, please say, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed to this?
Checked it today, everything needs a two-thirds. We're double checking right now, but it needs a two-thirds, it failed 40 to 20.
Okay, we're gonna just double check something, but it failed, 40 to 23. Well, we have to have a 2/3 vote, so we would have needed 42. We're just double checking that we need 2/3 vote, which I believe we're right, so. Number one? Well, just of counting votes, so. Okay, well. Number 10?
This is a point of order question. I'm just curious, how should we be updating the quorum and majority counts based on people who are actually present, or what's the standard for that? Because I know that our counts tomorrow are definitely not going to be what they were this morning. So what's our procedure for updating the quorum counts?
Bring it questions to all your questions. I asked earlier about that myself.
So, as I read earlier, just to reiterate, under Article 6 Annual Convention, paragraph D, a 2/3 vote shall be required to enact, repeal, or amend the bylaws, enact, repeal, or amend rodeo rules, change the effective date of any amended or repealed bylaw, standing rule, or rodeo rule. So rodeo rules do take a 2/3. That's a change from some years back, if that's what you're remembering, as I was. We go through this exercise every year of seating the delegates and getting all of the delegate counts. And those delegate counts are who's present. The results of a vote are based on who's voting. So there were 40 in the affirmative and 23 in the negative, for a total of 63 votes, 2/3 of 63 being 42. So it was too short.
Number one.
I'm sorry, we have not done a roll call, and we had 67 votes this morning, and I'm glad, but 63 now. How do we know there's 4 people gone when we haven't done a roll call?
If you're asking the parliamentarian, they may not be gone. They may have just not raised their hand.
Michael?
We have a total of 66 voting delegates. We have 3 delegates that are listed as delegates that are not present. The ones that we currently show not present are Jim Baker from Utah, Mary Taylor from Keystone, and Jay Beck from Diamond State. Has Jim Baker arrived? I'm just telling you the numbers that show up here.
Number 4.
I'm sorry, I think if the secretary is changing the count based on somebody telling him their count has reduced, the delegation must be informed of that, so we know what is accurate, because we started with 67 unless there's another count or notification that it has changed officially, then we have to stick with that count we had initially.
Is Travis Nowers here on the floor?
You don't go back and ask that. If somebody tells you they're not here, the count has changed, is what you go by.
I'm happy to weigh in again. Two issues. The first issue, regardless of the second issue, the positive votes, the votes in favor of this proposal were 40, which reached neither 62 nor 45, which reached neither 2/3 of 63, which was 42, nor 2/3 of the total delegates on the floor. So this one did not pass either way. That's point one. Any fair enough there? Point two, unless specified in the bylaws, votes, majority and 2/3 votes are always of votes cast, not of eligible votes on the floor, or eligible votes of the total people who have the right to vote. In order to get that, your bylaws must state something different, and it shouldn't say special measures require a 2/3 vote shall be required to blank. It must say a 2/3 vote of all eligible delegates or all eligible voting members, and it does not say that. Abstentions do not count for or against, according to the way our bylaws are written. Abstentions do not count for or against. We could have 67, 63, 50, 150 delegates, and if 10 people vote, if 12 people vote, 2/3 is 8. So our votes are based on the total number of votes cast, unless we want to change our bylaws to say that it must be 2/3 of eligible votes on the floor.
Number one.
Just for clarification going forward, what will be the numbers that we're working with here forward on these proposals?
We currently have 66 people showing as on the floor. So a majority is 33 and 2/3 is 44. The people that are missing are Travis Nowers, Mary Taylor, and Jay Beck.
Number 8.
Those numbers are fine, but they don't matter, is what they just said. It's always going to be based on the number of votes cast. Exactly.
Okay, this failed. Can we have the next one, please? Frank, you got it? I got it. 13. I understand. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Abstentions? Okay, passes. Okay, this one's just roll. This one's, you can roll. Okay.
That's one that should never come out.
Yeah. Yeah, fail. Okay. I'm sorry. We're fine. Did we skip one? Frank, can you go to 16? No? This should, it was sent to bylaws, so it doesn't belong here.
Delete that one delete that one out of rodeo rules. Delete it. Yep, thanks.
Number 19. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Yep. So skip it. You can roll on that when it goes with the last one. Just clean up. That's passed. Okay. 25. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Abstentions? Passes. I don't know. Any discussion? Number 12.
Amy Griffin Ilgra. So we care about all those other people getting injured in an exhibition event or Martha Washington race, but we don't care about the bullfighter. Don't we still need the bullfighter? We don't want the bullfighter to get hurt.
And Amy, the bullfighter on the contracts, they're part of the stock contractor's crew, and it's listed there.
Thank you.
It's on the stock contract, so we're just fixing it. The pickup man and the bullfighter are under the stock contractor. And staff. Yes, sir. That would be you. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Number 9.
So, Cody K, DSRA. So when this was brought up in committee, what was in place was the stair step with the assistant rodeo directors. So there was the four assistants and then rodeo director, and everybody stepped up. And so the concern was that competitors wouldn't be able to be part of that program because they wouldn't be able to compete for 4 to 5 years if they were going to be in that program. Well, we changed that today, and we don't have that stair step anymore. And so if they are going to be an assistant, it's that one time. And so I believe, I'm against this now, that I believe that for that 1 year, if they agree that for that 1 year they're going to be the assistant rodeo director, then they need to forego being a competitor for that one finals rodeo.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. It passes. Did it. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, number 9.
I understand where you're coming from, but our state requires that you must have your paperwork. So you should have your paperwork when you show up in Little Rock, Arkansas, and there is no exception to that by our laws.
We're saying that you have to know that as a contestant. If you know that the rule is you have to have your paperwork, then you have to have your paperwork.
But
It's like saying you have to wash your hands after. You don't need a rule for that. You just do it.
It says it's contestant's responsibility to have the necessary paperwork. You're throwing that out. It doesn't say you have to know it.
The first line says it.
Yeah, the first line says you have to know it. The second line you're throwing out saying you got to have it.
Lisa, can I ask you a question? Do you, I'm being nice, Lisa. You know you have to have a driver's license. It's your responsibility to have it. And I don't care if we pass this or not. It just, our rule book's about this fat, and we tell people that you need to know it. You know you're supposed to have it. Have it. You don't need a rule to have it.
Number 2.
Jonathan Suter, TGRA. I'm for this as a horse contestant. You know the rules, you know the regulations everywhere we travel. And, I mean, we don't have to have it word for word of what we have to do.
Number 11.
Ultimately, it doesn't affect anything. Who cares?
I would like to propose a friendly amendment to change the word. Who is being rude? Change to know to comply with.
That's a great idea.
Be just a second, we'll have the amendment, the friendly amendment up. Refresh, is that what you want right there? Okay, you want to talk on the amendment, Judy? Okay. State of provincial laws. Good catch.
The flag is in the room.
Guy, will you accept? You will refresh? Okay, Jonathan is on the amendments? Just on the amendments? Okay. Nope. Okay, so any other discussion on the amendments that you see in front of you? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Okay. So hang on a second. Pause. I think we're good now. Refresh? Okay. Now, any discussion on what you see in front of you currently? Number 2.
Jonathan, TGRA. I just want to also, it's not the association that gets in trouble if a contestant does not have their proper documentations. It falls on the contestant, not the rodeo association.
Number 9.
This is Lisa, DSRA. Just to let you know, if you come to Little Rock and you do not have your paperwork, and yes, it is the individual that must have that paperwork, and they will get fined, but so will the event, so to speak.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes. Is that all of it right there? Right at the four thing? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Okay. Okay, well, all that, we did notice some of that yesterday, Roger, so we'll make sure it's all cleaned up. Thank you. We will.
Janet, did you make a note of that? She did.
Okay. Okay. It's just bareback bronchitis. Anything, we'll have to do a search for it. Yep. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Passes.
How do you enforce it? We took it out because how do you enforce it?
Oh, the experience, I got you. Sorry about the last one. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Number 12?
Amy Griffin Ilgra. I'm wondering if someone can explain the logic behind this. It seems to me that if we have a recorded time and it benefits the contestant, why would we not tie goes to the runner? Why would we remove that?
I think you're saying the same, our intent is that if we have a time, use it, move on. Isn't that what you're saying? Yeah. That's, if you take this out, that's what we're doing.
No. This says if there's only one time recorded, that goes away, okay? If what, I'm sorry. No time. I'm sorry, forget it, ignore me.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Okay, for the scorekeeper, we're recording the one electronic time. We are not recording any of the stopwatch times as long as we have a valid electronic time. If we have two electronic times, is the scorekeeper going to be expected to record both electronic times or just one? Which one do you decide you record and which one do you not record?
You determine Can I answer that?
Yeah. go ahead.
You determine which is the main time before you ever start the race.
Okay.
And then the second, I'm sorry. So you determine which is the main timer and which is the backup timer before the race ever starts. And so your backup timer is, you would only record the backup timer if the first one doesn't work. And this is super common everywhere.
Number one. I think I'm already gonna answer your question, so go ahead.
I'm sure you are. Are the timers going to be on top of each other next to, when do we drop the flag?
Normally, they're sitting right on top of each other because both of them go up and down. And just to let everybody know, Red River owns 2 electronic timers and will be happy to share them so that you have 2 if you want. Number 13.
Okay, so I
Sorry.
think she's just reminding me
Yeah.
that for a small rodeo, not contestant-wise, but volunteer-base-wise, we have 3 timers, right? And they're up there, but we have no arena crew. We can pull 2 of those timers down. We don't need them for the barrel race. Can you please go set those barrels up real quick and use the backup timer? So it helps when your volunteer base is small.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say, oh, okay, scroll. Go back to the top, right, there you go. Yep, we sure will. There you go.
Okay, so the intent at the first part of it where it says end pole or barrel 3, we're mostly talking about, because generally we run barrels and then we run flags, but we don't have to do that, so that's why we had to put in the wording about pole or barrel 3. It has been debated, when we move from barrels to flags, do we only have to move the end, or do we have to move the whole pattern? And it's not been consistently done, so that's why we put that in. And then if you move down to the barrel racing, moving the 30 feet to 60 feet, that was supposed to have gotten done last year, and then somehow it got missed. The standard barrel pattern, like WPRA standard pattern, is 60 feet, and for some reason we have a mentality that we set up to minimums all the time, and I mean most people in the room don't want the minimum, and I'm talking about lots of stuff. And then when called by the arena director or designee, contestant will run one of the prescribed patterns in the Exhibit P. That means you can run left or right, but you should know that, so that we just figured take it out. And then correct the diagram for Exhibit P and Exhibit R in our book. The standard barrel racing pattern is in there, and the measurements are 30 feet, and I have to double check it right now because it's not in front of me, but I think it says 15 feet off the wall, and it's supposed to be 18. Correct. So it just would clean that up and add the words Exhibit P, because it doesn't say that. It says refer to Exhibit P, but it doesn't say Exhibit P. So it would just clean that part of it up. And then in Exhibit R, it shows the measurements for a standard barrel racing pattern, which would mean that if you go by the Exhibit R, that you would have to have your flag pattern set at 90 by 105, but you don't have to do that. So it would just take, in Exhibit R, it would take all the distances for the barrels out, and it would just be the minimums off the back fences and the side fence, because you don't have to go 105 feet. If you only move barrel to 3, generally they move at 10 feet, and if you move it 10 feet that way, then it's more than 105 feet. A lot of talk for a little work.
Number 1.
So I guess I didn't realize that was passed last year, but I would have had the same question, I guess. Does this affect, or how would this affect Corona Ranch on that 60-foot start line? And can they, and on top of that, can they ask for a variance because it is a minimum?
Could you please read above that?
How far above it?
Let me help you. The largest pattern size an arena and ground conditions permit should be utilized. In a small arena, a standard pattern is preferred with a shortened score line. When further reduction of the pattern is required, it should be done proportionally to the standard pattern. So, yeah.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Where's the changes? Oh, roll down. Yeah. It's down at the bottom there. There. Okay. Any discussion? This was something that was supposed to be removed last year and somehow it didn't, so it got confusing this year using 2 different points. This was supposed to be removed last year and somehow it didn't get out because we went to a different point. It's just removing where they only use your top 6 scores. Any other discussion? Number 2. Number 2. Mips. Oh.
Right here, we're good.
Tim Smith, TGRA. Real quick, I want to clarify the number 2 in that. Is that not something that you still wanted to leave that in there?
Yeah, this is a different section.
I know, but it's the World Champions will include the day. We were talking about the day money when I was helping David on Thursday about all added prize and all the contestants, because wouldn't that be everything still or not?
That's coming up.
Oh, it's coming up in a different proposal.
This
Okay,
is
never mind.
just this one, number 3. Just number 3 right now. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Since we're getting older, I was talking about you, Patrick. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. There we go. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. So this just went along with what we just did. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. The reasoning for this is the same stuff is in standing rules. So we're just shortening the book.
By 25 pages.
Okay, Michael. But why would we need it in regular rules? That's where we're going with this. Now you're catching on. Okay, Michael wants to speak.
When we have new people wanting to get into the certification program, yes, it is in the standing rules, but it's been a significant convenience to be able to say, just everything you need to know is in this book, in the rule. But for the certification process, it's in the certification process is in the little book for all of the Skittles, arena, shoots, judges, scorekeepers, and so forth. The signature page is only used for shoots or arena. The certification process for auditors, secretaries, scorekeepers, judges is also in there, but there are no signature pages in standing rules for those officials.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? It passes.
We have to have our shoot dog and roll. We can't get through here without a shoot dog and roll.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Oh, it's back again.
Yeah, that is, it was 15 before. I think it's just in there twice.
Okay.
That was
That's the one that failed.
accidentally in there twice.
Yeah, that one's already, yeah, it just was in there twice.
Just delete it.
Yeah, just delete 50. Oh. So we
Yes,
did-
sir.
we went-
You have to say yes,
oh,
sir.
yes, sir. 10? Oh, yeah. It's missing.
Okay, we'll find it. Yep, we'll find it.
Great job, Rodeo Rules. They're gonna. And they'll have one more tomorrow, but I am going to let everybody go for the day. Whoa, nope. Hang on. Do we have any more announcements? And I need to ask Kevin what time. Hang on. I'm about to. Kevin, do you already have a start time for tomorrow? Okay, so 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock sound better to everyone? 9 o'clock. I'll cut you in the middle there. Okay, Laura. What? Yes, the women's outreach needs to meet over in that corner. Any other announcements?
Does Rodeo Rules want to meet to find that thing?
I think he can just provide it for you. Michael, okay. You got announcements? Come on. Hang on. We got a couple announcements before I turn you loose. We're not in recess yet.
I just wanted to invite you all down to see the Saliva Sisters. They've written a special song just for you guys, I think. And come on in and enjoy them. They're looking forward to performing for us. That's starting at 7.
What, 7?
They're going on about 7. The dance area is open and ready at 5 o'clock, so you could go in there if you want to and drinks. And I think they might have dance music until then.
Okay. DSRA's having their Christmas giveaway. Please help support one of your associations. Get your tickets now. DSRA has them right over here where you can buy them. You get a chance to win a pot of money. Any other announcements? Okay. Hang on. The 2018 royalty team Mary needs to meet you in the back. We are in recess.